And then can I go over here and like pop it in here? Maybe. Maybe, perhaps, it's possible. Paste. Yeah, oh, it worked. Okay, I'm kind of surprised it worked. Okay, we'll put that there. And then put the Streamlabs there, drag this over. Okay, I think that works. Okay. How's everybody doing? Everybody rocking and rolling? Hopefully. Yeah, so Imperium, the nice thing about YouTube is that YouTube actually supports like higher resolutions and bit rates and everything, which is why it's so deliciously hilarious that Twitch in that response last week was like, well, you know, it's really expensive and hard to figure this out. So, who cares? No, YouTube's got it figured out. So, this is gonna be good. I'm looking forward to this. Like I said, there's a couple of weird things that we need to tweak. Are we in 30 frames? It would appear so. So like that's a thing. Like we can tweak that. Or like the Nightbot coming in and just banning Metal Headbanger out of nowhere because you used caps. Like that's something. I remember having that problem. Let me see if I can fix that now. I remember having that problem initially back when we first started using Nightbot, and I guess this like settings didn't transfer over or something. I don't really know, but we're going to try and fix it here, because I mean I don't think you should be like banned if you happen to use caps. Okay, excessive caps, disable. Voila. And I'm also going to disable links, but understand everybody, if you use, like, if you start spamming links to a ton of stuff when it's unsolicited, then, you know, you might get timed out. So just be ready for that. But if it's like, hey, has anybody seen this thing? And then you happen to pull it up, like, you're not, like, that's when you can send links, and that's great. Okay. Let's see. Trying YouTube out now that you're not exclusive to Twitch. Well, Christina, they have not really done anything to keep me pinned down on Twitch. I have had my application for Twitch Partner in the works for a solid 2 months, and they have yet to even acknowledge that I've submitted it. So long as they don't care, I guess I don't care. We need to add BB or BTTV emotes for YouTube now too. I would have thought that it would maybe that's another button I have to press. I don't know. We're little by little, we're figuring it out. There's also like, I think, share link, copy link. I haven't actually looked at the stream on like from the perspective of somebody watching. I did set it for ultra low latency though, so we should be pretty much real time, like within half a second to a second. Let's see, super chats are enabled. That's good. Badges and emotes and stuff, I've got to figure that out still. And I think memberships should also be live as well. I'm pretty sure. That's a coffee emote. That's funny. The BTTV emotes are a bit iffy on the streamer side right now, so don't worry about it. Okay. Luke, how will I show people I'm vibing? Yeah, that you better believe that's the main priority. Let's see, error. Please use a keyframe frequency of 4 seconds or less. Currently, keyframes are not being sent often enough, which can cause buffering. Current frame or key rate frequency is 8.4 seconds. Okay, that is weird. That is weird. Yeah, so little bitty things that we're figuring out. And like I said, I think with this, we're just experimenting. Like, who knows? We might end up loving YouTube way more. We might often be like, oh, we really miss Twitch and the stuff that Twitch had. So in that case, we can always move over. The great thing is right now we're in a spot where we're not pinned down and we can just try it out and see what we think. And you guys can also see what you think, which is kind of cool. Scamala, I do have the soundbite. You ready, everybody? You ready for the greatest piece of music ever written, ever composed, and ever sung?
One last time. have a drink with me one last time.
Love it. Love it. Brandon was on Twitch and was like, where is this dude? Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I figured I thought about actually posting the like on the banner when you're offline, that thing, and actually like post on that live on YouTube right now, but I figured that's probably a good way to just get banned on Twitch if they happen to see it. Like with my luck, that would be the very moment they're going to my page, my channel page, to see what my stream is like to approve the partnership application. So like, and then they're like, screw this guy, they ban him. So I figured I just wouldn't risk it. Also, like Brandon, like right there, that should have triggered an alert. Super chat members, subscribers. That was a super chat, right? Yeah, super chat. Can I test super chat? Will it let me do that? Yes, like that. I don't know why that didn't that didn't trigger anything. So you know, we'll figure it out. Luke, when are you sending me out that PS5? I definitely won. And text the anonymous WhatsApp number about. Yeah, Steven, I can't even tell you how many people have reached out about those scams. And it's not just my channel. It was like, I think Legacy Killa said he's been dealing with it. Joel Raptor said he's been dealing with it. It's just all over. There's some group of people that are just like spamming that particular scam, and I have had one person reach out to me. It was very sad. One person reached out to me on like, I think it was Instagram DMs or something, and they said that they did get caught by that. Excuse me. They said that they like sent $10 shipping or something, and then they got caught with it, which is just, I feel bad, but it's also like, it's not my fault. Like I have everything in chat set up to ban comments that link to stuff, to ban comments that YouTube detects as spam, but we have thousands and thousands of comments coming in every day, and I can't filter them manually. So at some point, you know, it is just a matter of, I'll do my best, but I need people to also be very skeptical and not just believe things, you know. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I don't want to sound like I'm like victim blaming, but you know, it at some point it is like, I can't help if you choose to give money to a scammer, you know. It just sucks. If I could have caught it in time, I would have loved to, but I just can't manage it. Tim, been a fan for a while, just found this channel. Are you regularly live here? Tim, this is actually the very first time we've ever been live on this YouTube channel, this live one. Somebody asked why we're not over on the main channel. It's mainly because like, so we've had issues where if I go live regularly on the main channel, eventually people, like most of the subs over there, don't want the live stuff. They're subscribing for videos, right? So with the live channel, like you all who are subbed to this channel are here for the live content. So when you see a live stream going, you're much more likely to pop in and sub and check it out. Whereas like for everybody else who isn't a regular in that way, they might not be that inclined to do that. And it just works a little bit better for delineating the two groups and the two sections of the fan base. So I think it just works well. Let me share with a community post that we're live here. I should probably also do that. That's probably like the smart YouTuber thing to do, right? Probably. Let me see. It's weird looking up Luke Stevens live. Not love. Luke Stevens love. Luke Stevens is love. Okay. It's weird how quickly, like how little latency there is here. Share. Create a post. We are live trying out streaming on YouTube, exclamation point. Join us, exclamation point. How cool is that? Boom. So let's check out a couple of little things. Is streaming mostly YouTube over Twitch now? Well, Twitch just time and time again, they're just doing tons of stuff where they don't seem to give a crap and they just start taking everybody for granted. So I'm kind of just like over it. you know. So, and especially this thing where we've been waiting 2 months for approval for a partnership application. Like, we grinded it out. We got to the point where you make partner like 0.1% viewership numbers on Twitch. And it's been 2 months and they still haven't responded to my partnership application. That's insane. On this live channel on YouTube, I applied for live streaming privileges on Friday at like 2 p.m. We had full live streaming privileges at like 2:30 p.m. Like instantly. It's insane how quickly YouTube handles it, whereas Twitch just seems like they have no clue what they're doing. And so at some point, I'm just like, if I had to put money, like if I was investing in one of these two platforms and I had to put my money on the line, to me, it seems like YouTube is the one to put the money on the line with, because they keep getting better and better. Twitch is either on a plateau or they're dropping, you know? Hello, Luke. Are you waiting for any announcement in particular today, as it is the Last of Us Day? I know that Neil Druckmann tweeted out a picture of AirPods, and he said, "Are you guys all charged up?" That to me suggests a trailer of some kind. What that is of, I don't know. It might be just a new trailer for the HBO series, which I'll be like, I don't really care. Hopefully, it's like their new Factions game. That'd be great. I'd be down. You can reach out to them after you get like 200k subs on YouTube, and they will partner you. Almost no questions asked. Yeah, for real. I tried like when you do the Twitch, oh, there's a trail. There is a trail. Oh, Jesus. Hold on. I tried in the partnership application to put in the links to my secondary content, like my main channel, my stream clips channel, all of that. And there's nothing. Like they still have not responded. There's a trailer as of 13 minutes ago. It's not on PlayStation. Where is it? He probably tweeted it out, right? So let's check Twitter. I'm gonna get on the Twitter. Neil Druckmann. I spelled Neil I before E except after C. It's not my fault for misspelling it. It rhymes, which makes it true. Yeah, it's totally it's a HBO series trailer. I don't know how much of this we can actually show because it's
the darkness is falling.
That's cool.
Has turned gray. A hound in the distance is starting to fade. Alone and forsaken by fate and by man. Oh, Lord,
it's good music choice.
hear me, please hold my hand. Alone and forsaken by fate and by man. Oh, Lord,
This is your chance.
hear me, please hold my hand.
Our best shot.
Nick Offerman.
Keep you alive. And you said everything right. Save who you can save.
Oh, please understand.
As I've said for like since we found out this was happening, I'm sure it's going to be great. It's just, it is from the beginning not designed for, like, it's not being made for gamers who are familiar with the story. Like, it is made for, like, I knew somebody in theater, right? Through theater. Heath. Hi, Heath, if you ever see this. Heath is a delightful human being. Kind of looks like Pedro Pascal, actually, but he's got the great big mustache, and he's just a hilarious human being. Very sweet. And he isn't like a big gamer. The dude makes like saddles for a living. You know, he is like a leather worker. He doesn't play video games casually. But when Red Dead came out, I remember him going and like all of a sudden getting really obsessed with Red Dead. It was like all he would talk about. And I was like, okay, interesting. Like that game had such mass market appeal that it brought him in, but it was also because of a lot of other stuff. And with like the Witcher series on Netflix. That show had such mass market appeal that people who weren't familiar with The Witcher before that saw the Netflix show and then wanted to go try the games out. Same with Red Dead. They saw it on like TV shows and they saw people on late night shows talking about it. South Park referenced it in a few episodes, where like he gets home and he's like, I've decided to start a new life. And he gets up, grabs his coat, walks towards the door, hangs it up, and then sits back down. It's like, I'm starting a new save file where you can't mess with me. It's just like, it had such a mass market appeal that people wanted to go and try it, even if they hadn't done it before. And I think that's what this is designed to be. It's meant to get new people into the game. And it's why the remaster was done. Sorry, remake. It's why they did that. It is because they wanted to appeal to, those who have never seen this before, and it's going to do a great job. The Last of Us Part 1, having just released, is going to sell like hotcakes, and that's why they did it. And then like in 6 months they're going to slash the price, and that's how it is, but whatever. I mean, it's cool. I'm glad we got a trailer on Last of Us Day. That's cool. Again, I would love to just find out what this multiplayer game is, but we're gonna have to wait and see with that. Schmex. Oh, now it works.
Schmex donated $5 through Super Chat. Yo, Luke. Happy Monday, man.
Thank you. Thank you, Schmex. Thank you for the 5. Appreciate you. I'm glad they're working. I was like, I spent like 20 minutes trying to figure out how to get that working on Streamlabs website. And now it's okay. It is working. Did I finish Edge Runners? No, but I'm loving it more and more and more as we play, or as I go through it. It's great. It's great. I love it. Left Behind in the show. I did notice that. I didn't. They had Riley in it, and I really appreciate that. I think that's a good addition. It is like, once you've played it, it flows so well in with the main story. It's really good because Ellie has a bunch of lines in the original game where she references what happened with Riley, and then they ended up making The Last of Us or the Left Behind DLC after the main game, and so it kind of tied together after the fact. But I like that they're implementing it here. Yeah, Ducky. We're on YouTube. We're trying it out and giving it a shot. I'm liking it so far. The quality is nice. Like, to put it in perspective, guys, on Twitch, if I want to stream at, say, like 4K, because I can, and I start the stream off and I do that, unless I am partner, I do not get priority transcoding privileges, which Twitch has capped at a certain amount. So if a lot of other partners and big streamers are streaming at the same time, like we tend to be streaming at, then it means I don't get those privileges, which means that you have to watch the stream in native 4K full bit rate, downloading at like 25 to 35 megabits per second. Otherwise, you buffer. And there's no option to change it to 1080p, no 720p, nothing like that. You're just screwed. That's insane that we live in 2022 and they can't provide that service for everybody. That's ridiculous. YouTube does it, no problem. Yeah, upload in 8K if you want. Yeah, whatever. I don't think it's 8K, but like upload in 4K 60. We don't care. Yeah, we'll transcode it down for you. No problem. Like little stuff like that where it's just not even competitive, you know? Luver, we're trying it out for probably this week. We're going to see what it's like. People seem to be liking it. Do we have memberships set on YouTube right now? I thought so, but maybe that was for something else. I don't know. Do you guys... Let me try pasting this in here. Loading. Pasting this. Mute. I don't need to hear that. Oh, maybe I have to re-enable it. I did go through the whole application and verification thing last night, or on Friday rather. So I did go through all of that. So it should be good, but maybe we got to do something more to do that. I also have a list. So Jacob is going to be spending a lot more time working with us, and we memberships start. Yep, done. post welcome to new members, create a community post. Oh, I see. I just have to type in a community post. Welcome. Post. Okay, done. And then turn on. Turn on. Voila. Okay, now membership should be a thing. How cool is that? Real time. Let's see if that actually worked if I refresh this. Yeah, now there's a join button. Yeah, look at that. Boom. How cool is that? You gotta love it when things just work. Ooh, Misako21. I know it says subscriber, but it's membership. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. Awesome. That's great. First one. Very first one. That's great. That's great. I remember a rumor they were going to add memberships to YouTube Premium, like the free Prime sub you get on Twitch. Don't think anything came up from that. That's cool though. Rambo has become a member. Thank you, Rambo. That would be cool if they did that. User, you built your audience on YouTube, makes sense to stream here. Well, and YouTube just keeps getting better and better with it. So they're making it, and in the same time, Twitch is making it really easy to not like being on Twitch. So kind of makes sense. Brandon, if YouTube becomes a new streaming platform, I'll be happy to spend an ungodly amount of time on YouTube. Well, and it's great because like you can also go in and you can do the like YouTube Premium, and then you get no ads on the streams. You get no ads on any YouTube video you watch, but you're still supporting the creator. Like, it's just great. Andres, thank you. Luke, have you heard that there's a new Silent Hill game coming? I've heard that many times. Is it confirmed? Or is it like one of these Konami slot machines that they're actually doing? Because I could totally see them being like, we're doing it. Everybody get ready. And they post a Silent Hills thing, and then it comes out and it's like a slot machine. Everyone's like, okay, well, never mind. Never mind. What's happening with Abandoned? Dude, Karen, I still have that installed on my PS5. I still have Abandoned installed. I don't think it ever, like, nothing ever came of it. Which is just hilarious. Like, I remember I posted a video about that Abandoned thing back in the day, like last year, whenever it was. And I had some, like, it was shared to some Kojima subreddit, and like that video got like 20% of the likes and dislikes were downvotes. Like 20%. It's like only 80%, 80-20 thumbs up. And it's because like they rated it and thumbs down because they were upset that I said that it wasn't a Kojima game. I was like, you guys are shooting the messenger. I'm just saying, like, this is objectively not a thing. Like, they're doing asset flips and then they're passing it off and they're writing all of this hype to try and sell you the game. Like, it's a scam, clearly. But people wanted it to be true so bad that it ended up being, you know, they just bought into it. I have a list of things real quick I want to go through. Little gaming news and highlights, because there's some really funny stuff that comes up. Like I was saying, Jacob is going to be helping us out live on the streams and editing a ton of stuff a lot more frequently now. So we have a lot of content coming out. Honestly, on this live stream channel, expect to get like probably between 10 to 15 stream highlights and clips every week. Buckle up, it's happening. So make sure to subscribe and ring the bell because there's going to be a ton of videos going up, all sorts of stuff. The first thing I want to tackle, this is pretty entertaining. You guys remember, oh, I can do this. I think this is a thing. Stream marker. Boom. So you guys remember that, like, it was probably, I think it was like 5-6 days ago, we talked about Nadia, who is that streamer on Twitch who everybody kind of agrees is almost definitely cheating in Call of Duty. She was invited to that Call of Duty event where they showed off Warzone 2.0, and all of a sudden she's playing really poorly and she can't maintain her shots or anything. Even though she claims to be the best player in the world, even though she claims to have like a 9 KD, at the event she was playing with like a 0.25 KD and clearly nowhere near as good as she claimed to be. Yeah, Sophie just watched the video on it. Well, something even more delicious just happened, and I'm excited to show you. Devin, thank you for the sub, my friend. Good to see you. Just like, it's so good. It's so good. This is coming from, by the way, Call of Shame. This is the guy, like, all he does is catch cheaters in Call of Duty, and it's pretty entertaining. So, like, buckle up. We'll play this at like 1.5 speed just for sake of it. There we go. It's a cool intro. Oh, he does this whole thing.
Decided to promote Nadia again on his main channel.
Yeah, so quick rundown. Swag, FaZe Swag, who my face cam is covering. FaZe Swag. Oh, so the chat is working in here. I don't understand. What is happening? Okay, can I decrease font size? Okay, we'll try that. So FaZe Swag, this guy is apparently legitimately a very good player. He is sort of a simp for Nadia. It's a little weird. He had her come on stream and like tried to show everybody she's not actually cheating. It ended up being a big mistake because something really, really deliciously coincidental happened, and it's so good. It's so great. So he had her on the stream to try and prove once and for all that she's not hacking, and that he was going to come in. He's also a controller player. He was going to come in and be like, no, look, see, she's not hacking, and I don't think she's even using a VPN or anything. Well, this is pretty funny what happens. Also notice 12,120. Apparently she has 12,000 subs. This chick is making roughly $50,000 a month. And everybody agrees she's hacking. And Twitch won't ban her. Activision won't ban her. It's bad. Even something as simple as VPN use to get into bot lobbies, which, in case you're not clear on it, basically what that is like, bot lobbies are just when you use a VPN to send, like, say I'm playing in Colorado, I can set it so that I'm playing in Brazil. And in Brazil, there's not many great players at the same time as when I'm playing. So I do that. All of a sudden I'm playing only with, you know, low KD players, and I look better because I'm just cleaning up on everybody. That's one of the accusations against Nadia too, is that she is using VPNs as well. What FaZe Swag is going to try to say is that she's not doing any of this, and he's going to try to prove it.
This time, the video was to try and dull down the accusations and prove she does not use a VPN. The lobby she was playing in was actually one of the worst bot lobbies I have ever witnessed.
What the hell?
Nice, good kill, good kill. That's a really good gun.
It is. There was this guy over here, right? Like, where you go? Oh my god, he is there! Holy shit!
I didn't even see him.
Oh my god!
I didn't even see him. Yeah, I don't know.
She is at the final part of the challenge and has to kill the last enemy.
I don't know where he's at, though. Oh, is he? Let's go! Come on, come on, come on.
So I'll say nothing of that looked like aimbot. It didn't look like she was aggressively snapping. That looked like regular controller play to me. Okay, to be fair. Which honestly, if her going on Swag, if she had any foresight or sense, she would turn off at the very least the aimbot while she's on FaZe Swag's team or stream, and just do like the VPN if she was going to use that. So watch this.
Now Swag catches her off guard and asks to see her task manager.
Yes, sir.
Alright. It's gonna be a tough one. Pull up your task manager right now. We gotta see.
Oh,
Notice the huge delay tactic.
hey. I don't know about this one, Chris.
What the hell are you pressing? Stop pressing buttons. Are you disconnecting from your VPN and turning off your cheats?
Pull up the task manager.
Why is she having so much trouble? Control, Alt, and Delete is the exact same command to disable cheats. Did she just first disable the cheat software first?
Oh no.
Swag doesn't seem too impressed by the delay.
Wait, how do I gotta like this? Task manager.
Okay, we have to prove that you're not cheating. Pull up task manager. Okay. Oh man, you got me worried on this one. Oh geez, man, hold on. Oh, you got me off guard with that one. Okay, here, just a second. Okay. Okay, let's where is it? Control Alt Delete. Like if that's not suspicious, I don't know what is, man. She's like taking 20 seconds when it's just a quick Control Shift Escape. That's it. Task Manager up. Weird. Weird that she took so long.
There you go. Wait.
Do you have to scroll?
Zoom in, editor,
Through
zoom
the
in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom
Zoom
in.
in. Oh. Okay.
Scroll up a little bit, scroll up.
Okay, we'll just go down. Ooh, ooh, don't look up this. Don't look up this. Don't look up this.
You might as well go all the way down, all the way down.
Okay, my heart's getting quick. Oh my god.
There we go.
Can you
Oh my
edit some
God.
stuff
No, yeah, he'll do
Okay.
some stuff, yeah. I see a VPN and Chrono
out?
scripts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
All right, looks clean, to me. You're good, you're good.
Looks
Okay.
clean? Really? Not a chance. I will prove for an absolute.
This is why it drives me crazy when people just have no skepticism whatsoever. He's like, oh, I don't see scripts, so it must be good. For one, why did she take so long to pull it up? Like maybe she's playing with it. Like honestly, like if somebody accused me of cheating in like Call of Duty, for one, I would just be like, why is my KD so low? Like, look at my KD. I'm definitely not cheating. But like, even if like I knew for a fact that it was a ridiculous accusation, and like maybe then I would play with a little bit, you know. Maybe then I'd be like, oh, I like, yeah, oh geez, my task manager, oh man, hold on. Like I would probably ham it up a little bit, because why not? But everybody is accusing her. Like it's one of the most recommended videos next to this video on YouTube is 1.5 million views, and it's of her cheating. It's just like, she should not be taking this so cavalierly. She should be working very hard to try and demonstrate that she's not a hacker or a cheater.
In fact, she has just canceled down her VPN in a few
I
moments.
want to see, I want to see, is there a way to see your monitor right now? Okay, so take
Stop canceling things down. This is unbelievable. What the hell is going on here? He didn't ask you to press anything.
out your phone.
Actually, yeah.
Take out your phone, take a picture of your monitor right now.
Okay. Take a picture of my monitor right now. Do like a little thumbs up.
Yeah.
I'll do even thumbs up of both.
Both? You have 3 of them. I believe this is the monitor that you canceled down your wall hacks on. I hate to see monitors positioned just above your minimap. It is so easy for you to look at your wall hacks while pretending.
The one thing that makes me think maybe she is not hacking, and hacking is generous, not using cheats. Because like you can look up a YouTube video and see that. She has the default like Windows Mail app still on her taskbar, which whenever I see that, I immediately assume somebody is 95 years old. Like, you know, if you, I don't know how you leave that on and then you're still like tech savvy. I mean, I know a lot of streamers still keep like their streaming PC completely vanilla. They don't touch it at all. It just has that one thing on it. So I get that. But I don't like, I see that and I don't think this is a tech savvy person, you know.
To look at your minimap, but there's a problem. She has just killed a content creator who specializes in cheating hardware and software. He was connected.
To be clear, that last kill she had, she killed a guy that was filming a tutorial on how to use a VPN to get into bot lobbies. No joke. The guy was recording at the same time.
I hate to see monitors positioned just above your minimap. It is so easy for you to look
Yeah,
at your wall
wait.
hacks while pretending to look at your minimap, but there's a problem. She has just killed a content creator who specializes in cheating hardware and software. He was connecting to a Brazilian server to create a video to explain how to get into bot lobbies using a VPN on a console.
All right, let's check the geographical region. Without further ado, drum roll, please. No, I'm joking. All right, check that out. I'm not even gonna pronounce that, but that is Brazil. All right, so your boy is in Brazil servers right now.
You can see clearly, the geolocation has been successfully changed to Sao Paulo in Brazil. So, kindly tell me, why the best female Warzone player in the world, who lives in Florida, is connecting to Brazil to play against toddlers and casual gamers in bot lobbies. Over 4,000...
You cannot make this stuff up. She went on with FaZe Swag, which I can't even believe that those words just came out of my mouth, but went on with FaZe Swag to demonstrate that she was not using VPNs, was not hacking, nothing. And in that stream, she kills a guy who at the same time just happened to be filming a YouTube video where he's showing how you can use a VPN in the US to make it look like you're playing in Brazil and get bot lobbies so that you look way better on stream and you kill people way more easily. And she just happened to kill him at the end of the game. Like, there is no excuse if you are playing in Miami to show up in a Brazilian server. There is no reason for that. Activision will never do that to you by itself. It doesn't work. Phase Swag, yeah, he's also been confirmed to use VPNs to abuse bot lobbies, though. So yeah, shocker. Yeah, I think it's the unspoken, like it's the not so hidden secret in, like shooter streamers, is that this is just something that they do. Because it makes you look way better, you know. Hold on, whenever I get a notification from like Robinhood, I get a little scared. Oh, it's because my shorts are up a lot. I've been saying for months, I was like, place your bets in the market. And we're looking at a crash. You don't get 6-7% defaults on car loans without there being major consequences. So I shorted the ever living hell out of the market with all of these, like, you know, SRS, which is like a ultra short real estate ETF where they just buy up futures and then invert it so that you can buy one thing, but it's like you own a bunch of shorts on it. And like the UVXY, the SQQQ, SPXS, all of those ETFs that short the market, I just threw money into. And today, like since the market opened, I'm up like 3-4%. Bear in mind, a good like portfolio, a solid portfolio goes up about 6% annually. And I'm up like, you know, 3-4% in the last couple of hours as the market is collapsing. So what are you gonna do? Sidar, YouTube streams permanent or going back to Twitch? We are right now just experimenting and trying it. I'm liking it. I'm enjoying it. But I will be like keeping an eye on your feedback in this, and we're gonna see it. One of the biggest appeals to this is like that I can stream a game, like say we stream Cyberpunk later. I can stream that and I can just keep it on the YouTube servers, and I don't have to download it. I don't have to back it up onto my NAS that I have down there. I can just keep it in the cloud, and YouTube handles all of that. I love it. I love it. And what we could what we could actually do, Farrell, since the stream's been stable at this rate, we could even start streaming in 4K, and you could just like scale it down to what you want. Like, how crazy would that be? It'd be insane. The market is really free falling today after the pound drop, and having the news up on my monitor as I work and watch. Yeah. No, it's, I don't think there's any way that this ends before the S&P hits at least 3,200. Some people have made compelling arguments it could go down to 3,000, but I would guess 3,200 is probably around the floor. So that's when I'll be like getting out. But until then, I'm pretty satisfied with where I'm at. And a good portfolio tries for above inflation, and yeah, a passive portfolio is decent at 10%, but you can also do much better than return at 5 to 15 on anything over 500 to 5,000. Yeah, for sure. And it also depends a lot on what you're doing. Like, there's different portfolios for different people. Some people like to do the like really safe passive thing for like retirement accounts where there's just very little risk. You'll go up like 6% per year, but there's very little chance you'll lose money ever. You might go down like 2 points, 3 points in a 6-month period, but you'll make it up eventually. But when you're aggressively growing, yeah, like hedge funds push for like 30% returns annually. And that's like a really solid thing. And to be fair, this is a very exceptional time. There aren't always market crashes that go on regularly. You know, it's not a big thing. So it's kind of a weird thing. Thank you, Liver, for the membership. Thank you. Thanks for joining. Appreciate you. They just get bummed late game with the passive route if they aren't grateful. Yeah, you have to. It's always hindsight's 20/20. It's like, okay, story time. Let me see if I can find this guy. Okay, story time. Is this it? Yes, this is him. So, have any of you guys ever heard of Ronald Wayne? Ronald Wayne. Let me just show you a picture. This is Ronald Wayne. Have you ever heard of this guy? No? No? It's okay. It's okay if you haven't. I don't blame you. Ronald Wayne is one of the original 3 members of Apple. He started in a partnership with Steve Wozniak and Steve Jobs on April 1st, 1976. And how they split it up was Steve Jobs would have 45% ownership. Wozniak would have 45% ownership. And then this guy, Ronald, would have 10% ownership. Well, you don't know him now because 12 days after they decided to open this up, he was so fed up with dealing with Steve Jobs and all of the stuff that was going down with it that he decided to sell back his 10% share of Apple for $800. That's the equivalent today in today's money of roughly $3,800. Let's just do a quick little thing. Let's do a quick little thing here. Apple's market cap, $2.42 trillion. What's 10% of $2.42 trillion? Yeah. This guy, if he hadn't have sold, would literally today be in the top 3 wealthiest people on the planet, probably the wealthiest person on the planet. At $242 billion. Yeah. If that doesn't make you that doesn't hurt your heart, like, I don't know what will. This guy, like, now he like lives in a double wide trailer. Like, this poor guy. But like, like in his defense, Apple almost went belly up in the 90s when they had that CEO from Pepsi come in and just run the company into the ground. So like, there were a lot of times where it made sense to sell your Apple stock. There were a lot of times, like, it wasn't always clear that Apple was going to become Apple like we know it today. Which is why it's like a fallacy to like kill yourself over like not selling at this point or not buying at this point, because you didn't know. You only knew what you knew, you know? And so right now, with people having passive accounts where they just buy like the S&P 500 and then they look at it right now and they're like, everything's crashing. Oh my God, why did I put the money in there? I should have put it in this company. Or like Tesla. Oh, I should have bought tons of money and put tons of money into Tesla and I would have been like rich right now. It's like not necessarily the case. Investing in Tesla never made sense. It still doesn't make sense. Tesla is so overvalued, it's not even funny. It's like actually kind of scary, because when that goes belly up, which it eventually will, because no company is magical, a lot of people are going to lose a lot of money. And with this guy, like Apple, there were a lot of times when it didn't make sense to keep your Apple stock. And so, you know, he got out from under it. And now I'm sure every morning he wakes up and is like, I could have been like worth hundreds of billions of dollars if I just kept that stock. But that's how it goes. And you never know. Like, maybe if he stayed and kept that 10%, maybe his insight could have changed the company's route and it wouldn't have been super successful. You know, you just never know. You never know what could happen. History is history. You got to just focus on the present and stick with it. But the overall lesson to this is, a lot of the time, if you're like, you got to decide what kind of investor you are. Are you going to be the passive investor who just buys something and then forgets about it? That's not a bad way to go. If he had just gotten this 10% stake and sat on it, he would have been fine. But if you're one of those guys that's trying to trade daily and sell stuff and then reposition and everything, you have to be very attentive, and you have to understand that sometimes you're going to sell the thing that ends up exploding later. And both people could be right. You could have been right in selling it. It made sense to sell it based on all of these like criteria that you laid out. But you know, that's how it is. Excuse me. So yeah, if you ever feel like you're having like you made some blunder in your life, just think back to that and imagine how bad that guy feels. That'll hurt your soul. That'll hurt your soul. Okay. Okay. So, next little tidbit I want to look at is this news that Disney, almighty Disney, is really trying to expand their Star Wars portfolio, specifically within the video game space, which makes sense because video games can make tons of money. Disney loves money, and there is a huge amount of possibility for increased revenue if they can manage it. Right now, their goal is to release a new Star Wars game every 6 months. That's insane. Leesky, yes. Happy early birthday. Have a wonderful birthday, Leesky. Appreciate you. It's good to see you in here, by the way. So far, 8 Star Wars titles have been announced to be in development, many of which do not have a scheduled release date yet. Amy Hennig, she's one of the original founders and creators of the Uncharted series. Kind of cool. She's working on something at Skydance Media. Untitled first-person shooter at Respawn. Same guys we all know and love. Open world game, Ubisoft Massive. Who knows what that's going to be. We've heard like a couple of little things here and there. Not much. Star Wars Eclipse from Quantic Dream. This one's really interesting to me because I love Quantic Dream stuff. So I don't know what that looks like, but it's really interesting that they decided to make it to begin with. So interesting. Knights of the Old Republic remake by Saber. Who knows if we'll ever get that. Jedi Survivor, which is the Fallen Order sequel, also from Respawn. Same guys behind Apex. That I'm sure it's going to be great. Star Wars Hunters by Zynga. I think that's a mobile game, I'm assuming, because it's Zynga. And then Untitled strategy game, also from Respawn. I just like that Apex has been so successful that EA is literally like, Respawn, do whatever the hell you want. We'll give you endless money. Just make us rich. And I mean, clearly 1, 2, 3 different Star Wars games. Like that's a pretty baller move. Black Reaper, happy birthday to you. Happy late birthday to you as well. Appreciate you. Mr. Pickle, no, my PS5 still has not been delivered. I do not know where it is. So yeah, I would freak out more, but I know that won't help anything. So I'm trying to keep cool and calm. But now, like, I think it was UPS was supposed to deliver it. They have contacted PlayStation to be like, did you even put the right address on it? Like, what is happening? So now I'm going to try to go to PlayStation, see if they can just send a new one. And if they do, great. And if they don't, I have to go to my credit card company and file a dispute and then provide all the info that I contacted them and they've refused to fix it. Huge headache for something that should have been so easy. But people have had to deal with this since PlayStation released the PS5. You know, it's crazy. Supernova, thanks for coming out, my friend. Appreciate you. So some of the already 8 announced titles are believed to be sometime away from release. In fact, some of these titles are believed to be at least 4 years away. Quantic Dream Star Wars Eclipse seems to be such a title. Which sources citing that the game will be a development nightmare for the studio. Issues mainly stem from Quantic Dream's engine, which is apparently inadequate for such a large-scale project. Such problems have led sources to believe that Eclipse probably won't release until 2026. That's crazy, man. When was Detroit Become Human? Wasn't that like 2019? 2019 sounds right. Maybe 2018. But it's been a while. Like, that's a long time to not have a game. Playmate, was it really 18? Wow. Jeez, man. Damn, YouTube live streams are so much better. I watched the past 30 minutes on 2.5 speed and now I'm back to the live section. That's awesome, Playmate. How cool is that? You gotta love that. Let's see. An obvious choice for the not yet announced project would be a Mandalorian game, which was teased last year by Xbox. Okay, interesting. It's just fascinating because I think most of us agree that Star Wars has been very underutilized by EA so far. And like they had Battlefront 1, which was Battlefront 2, which was one of the most disastrous launches of 2017. It was filled to the brim with loot boxes and stuff that most people considered gambling. It was so bad that Disney officially came out and said, stop it. What are you doing? And that's bad when Disney is like, you guys are being greedy. When Disney tells you to be greedy, that's like Satan telling you, hey man, be nice, be nicer. You're being really mean right now. It's bad when Disney tells you that. So it's been very underutilized. The exception, and I think the one game that's been really, really well received was, of course, Jedi Fallen Order. I thought that was pretty solid. I had tons of bugs and issues with it, but I thought as far as like an EA Star Wars game, it was tremendous, way better than I expected it to be. I've heard the Battlefront 2 rebound. It has been remarkable. That is true. I have not tried Battlefront 2 since probably 2020, around there. I popped in and tried it. I also just don't love third person like shooters, multiplayer shooters that much anymore. Apex has like spoiled me pretty much, but I've heard good things. I guess you could also say Star Wars Squadrons was also pretty successful too. I think a lot of people loved Squadrons as well. So they've had a couple of successes and a couple of good outings, but they haven't had like what you would expect, which is just a swath of crazy successful releases all in the Star Wars field. Like it's just surprising that they haven't really capitalized on that franchise because it costs them a lot of money to keep it exclusive. So now they seem to be working hard to get it under control. And what also strikes me is just how different these games seem to be. Amy Hennig seems to be a very narrative game, similar to Uncharted. Respawn, first-person shooter, Star Wars first-person shooter, probably a multiplayer game. Interesting. I'm down for that. Ubisoft Massive, an open world Ubisoft style game, but in the Star Wars universe. That's also compelling and interesting. Very different from the others. Star Wars Eclipse. These guys specialize in like branching QuickTime event, like choose your own adventure games. That's fascinating. That's very different. Remake of an old beloved title. That's different. Jedi Fallen Order, also third person, very much inspired by FromSoft games. Very interesting. A mobile game, whatever. And then a strategy game by Respawn. Every single one of these is totally different from the previous, and they're all just little bits different, and they tweak them and they appeal to different demographics. And this is exactly what you need to, I think, capitalize on a franchise like this. Like, you've got to just be able to throw out enough stuff that everybody feels like they're getting the best part of it. It's like the video that went up earlier that I collabed with Joraptor on, where we talked about this new Assassin's Creed news and how Ubisoft claims they are trying very hard to like focus on smaller groups of people, not appealing to everybody, not pretending like every single person is going to be satisfied by the game. Instead, focusing on a few people that will love the game and will play it for years, and then focusing on the next game, appealing to the other people that didn't get to love that game. And that's how you should do it. Like, if you want fans of your game, you have to appeal to the niche, and then you hopefully just have enough games that appeal to different niches that everybody ends up happy because they all have their own thing. And it seems like that's their modus operandi now. And it's good to see, because this works way better than trying to turn every game into, jack of all trades, master of none. So it's interesting. But this is as diversified a portfolio as you could possibly get. Billiam, Amy Hennig, original creator of Uncharted. So she has a history in like cinematic narrative games. So it's cool to see that she's getting her chance at that. Let's see, what's our next one? Copy link. Okay. This other thing, close, clip, boom. Okay, this is another thing that some of you might have heard about and some of you might not have heard about. Marvel Entertainment and Motive Studio are teaming up for a new Iron Man game, which is supposedly a single-player, third-person, action-adventure Iron Man game that's being developed at Motive. It's interesting. It's interesting. I mean, I do think some people have said that they don't like that it's third person. I kind of prefer that. The idea of like flying first person in the Iron Man UI, it gives me nausea just thinking about it. But granted, I do get motion sick of this type of thing a lot. So whatever. With this though, it seems very, very interesting that they're coming back to this. Like, I don't know. I just find it interesting because I don't think of Iron Man as like the cream of the crop IP right now. But, you know, especially after everything that happened with Endgame, you know, it seems interesting that they're choosing to go with this route. But who knows? Maybe they just will nail it and it'll end up being really, really good. It's probably a long ways out, but, you know, more games like this, the better, especially because there haven't been a ton of great Iron Man games that have come out in years past. Jacob linked me this one, which is from the PS2 era. You guys remember this? I remember playing this. Where you like fly around and you shoot these things. Like this was the extent of most Iron Man games. Like you kind of float around a little bit, you shoot some things. It's just crazy. Like I rewatched the original Iron Man movie from 2008 recently. And the original Iron Man movie was like, I really liked it, but it's weird to think that like this game came like around the same time. Like it's just weird to me. Like, cause this looks so old, but that movie doesn't feel as old. It's just different. I remember this part with the military bases specifically. The flying was so bad. Oh my God, it's so bad. Yeah, this big military base in the canyon. I remember this so vividly. I must have gotten stuck on this part for a long time because I remember this part really clearly. And then you like fly around and you shoot the missiles as they come down. Oh, well, nice job, dude. Pepper. They have like the discount Fiverr voice actors for it. Oh, good memories. Yeah, it's not easy to make these games. I get that, but it also is weird to me that sometimes we get, let me put this up here. Sometimes we get returns to these franchise ideas that I just never would have thought. So this apparently is a canceled PS3 game, Avengers game from THQ as well, that never saw the light of day, but it was a first-person Avengers game for the PS3. And like, it doesn't actually look that horrible, if I'm being real. Like, this game never saw the light of day. This game never came out. This is like a leak that came out after, is my understanding. But like, what a weird thing. And then like it transitions from the first person perspective into the third person for these combos and takedowns. It's really interesting. Then the Iron Man, it has the typical like first person, almost like first person fantasy game thing where they run around like this. You know, like imagine if you're running through life and you're just, because your hands have to be in view the whole time. But like a first person Hulk game, like what on earth? And it seems interesting. I don't know what this looks like for a whole video game, but it seems compelling at least a little bit. But it was canceled for whatever reason, you know, just never came out. But this is one of those things, like it makes you really realize, like, imagine if you worked on this. Imagine if you were one of the developers. You spend years grinding this out and like it never sees the light of day for some, like any number of reasons. You never know. You never know why it might be canceled. It could be canceled because like, oh, there's like financial issues elsewhere. Yeah. So like Solid Python, I think it was canceled because THQ was going bankrupt. Yeah. Well, and that could be one thing where it's just some other game they were working on wasn't very good. They released it and it didn't make the money back, so they had nothing in their bank accounts. So they couldn't pay for them to finish this game. So even though they were like 70% of the way done, they weren't ready to sell it. And so instead of selling it, they just shut it down. Just like, well, we got to cut our losses. That's it. Oh, well. That kind of thing happens, and it's just a bummer. You know, it's easy for us to look at this and just be like, they should have just finished it and put it out. But it's like when you have salaries and contractors you have to pay, and they get pretty expensive, pretty damn expensive pretty quick. If you don't have the money to pay for it, there's no finishing it. You can't ask hundreds of people to keep working on a game like this for free. That doesn't work. If you don't have the money to pay them, the game's just over. Game over, man. Game over. I'm just surprised at how solid this looks. Like it honestly doesn't look bad. I could see this being turned into a full game pretty easily. Business is murky AF, and you can't make missteps at that scale. For real. And I think people, like, it's easy for us to ignore the unique nature of video game business, because video game business is really, really tricky, since you get like one chance. Up until recently, like, live service wasn't really a thing. You had one chance to be successful at your game and to put it out and have it received well and make money. After that, it would hit the secondary market. GameStop would come in and sell the game for like $5. You know, you wouldn't get any of that, any cut of that. You only make money on new copies sold. So you put the game out and then you're done, and you just hope it sells enough. And that's, you know, nowadays they can sell a DLC. They can try to rejuvenate interest in the game with a Netflix series, an anime. They can do stuff like that, and that can help it be successful on the back end. And you can sell DLC. You can sell it on Steam and still get revenue from it. But back in the day, I mean, it was, you had one chance, and if it didn't do well, you just lost your money. You just lost it. You know, you're done. You're done. Game over, Red Rover. So, yeah, that's one. Jacob linked me, and I was like, geez, man, it doesn't actually look that bad. Like, it looks pretty solid. Looks pretty solid. Well, leading into, actually, let's talk about this thing first. Let's talk about this first. As you guys know, we recently put out a critique of the Mafia games. And we touched briefly on what might be happening in the near future. Little update to that. We do have some more information on Mafia, more specifically. Right here, confirmed Mafia 4 in development. We knew that, and they describe everything we do know. I didn't have a lot of these details during the filming of the critique way back when. So this does a good job of collecting everything. Updated August 29th. So, let's see. Loading. So what they said officially was, I'm happy to confirm we've started work on an all-new Mafia project. Here, I can do this. All-new Mafia project. While it's a few years away and we can't share anything more right now, we're really excited to keep working on this beloved franchise and entertain our players with new stories. Interesting. What they went on to say, the code name is Nero, apparently. It's going to run on Unreal Engine 5, and it's going to take the whole story back to its roots. Apparently, Mafia 4 will be a prequel that centers on the rise of the Salieri family. Interesting. Of course, Salieri is the name and head of the family in which you start your criminal life in the original Mafia game, and a new leak suggests that it is you who will experience his early criminal life. Apparently, the game will be set in Sicily from 1890 to 1920. That is one of my favorite time periods. I just find it fascinating because it's the time when like technology was starting to revolutionize the old world, and like people who had their old ways of doing things are now getting introduced to widespread like automobiles and electricity and like telegraphs, like all of these things, just and the railroad, everything's changing significantly. And it's one of the reasons I really like the original Red Dead Redemption, because it's capturing that same thing where like the world's starting to change, and the old Wild West, it's people think of that as like a savage place. You know, that's not the way to do it. So I really find this time period really, really interesting. Yeah, well, specifically the railroad was more like 1850 to 90s. Yeah, like the railroad came around the 50s, but like specifically with electricity becoming widespread and implemented across the like US and across Europe. I'm sure Europe, actually I don't know if Europe would have implemented like electricity and light bulbs and that type of thing quicker or slower. That's just interesting. If anybody has any insight on that, that would be interesting. Because I don't know, maybe because I could see like they have a lot of older buildings, whereas here we were still building a lot of stuff for the first time. Like in Colorado, the oldest building you'll find is probably like 1880. Like that's probably the oldest thing you're gonna find, and it's probably not even really original. Whereas in Europe, like you guys just casually have buildings. Oh yeah, let's go down to the pub. That place has been open since 1673. You know, it's like we just don't have that here in the U.S. It's just not a thing, which is kind of a bummer. Like it would be really cool. And it's one of the reasons I love going to like New Orleans was really cool because they have buildings that are like, oh, this was built in 1770 because it was an old French trading post, and you know you can see stuff like that. But in the U.S. writ large not being the right term for that, in the U.S. broadly we don't have that type of thing. I will say somebody did comment. They were like, I don't think you used writ large right in that video, and they sent like a timestamp, and I looked it up and I was like, I totally didn't. Like, what the hell was I doing? So now I'm super self-conscious every time I say writ large because I used it wrong like 3 times in that video. So I'm just trying to be more accurate with it. So also, I mean, this looks really, really interesting. I'm all into this. I like the return to form. And like I said in the critique of the series, one of my favorite elements of the Mafia games is this sort of Breaking Bad style of writing where they take a nice, sweet character and they turn him into Scarface over the course of the story. They take a nice guy that's innocent and just trying to do good for his family and then turn him into a monster who the original him wouldn't have recognized over the course of the story. And that's what they're going to do with Salieri, it seems like, where they take him when he's just starting off in Sicily, and then they turn him into a mega giga mob boss who's killing his friends and sending out hits on people he's worked with for decades, people he considers his sons, you know. That's really interesting to me, and I find that really compelling. And it's one of the reasons I think Mafia 3 kind of ran into a wall narratively, because like, yeah, Lincoln had an excuse for being able to kill people so easily, but I didn't find him to be particularly likable as a result. So I'm into it. I'm into it. I love the Mafia series, and I just want more, if I'm being real. I want more. Give me more. I really liked Assassin's Creed Syndicate, chilling with Marks, you know, Industrial Revolution, go burr, Viking Otter. Yeah, I totally get that. I think Syndicate's setting is really underrated as well. I love it. I love it. Yeah, Mafia 4 shipping up to this one yet? Yeah, I like it. I'm into it. They already had buildings and pubs, that sort of thing, but the roads need to be built from scratch. Yeah, well, and it's like, Nikki sent me, she went to the UK, she visited London and Brighton and everything over there a few years back, and like right before COVID, I think it was 2019 is when she went, and she was just struck by, like, you pull up the map of the city and it's just a mess of streets and roads, but it's because like you're not going to level dozens of buildings to put a road through that's a little straighter. You're going to just build around them and put the road around them and navigate around the buildings that are already there. And it's kind of a hallmark of older cities is you can usually see that they worked around what was there instead of like big grids, you know, that do it. Like Hellhound, like where in a city nearby me, like Greeley, Colorado, they have everything set up where it's like you have the streets and then you have the avenues. So like the avenues go east to west, starting at first, and work their way over. And the avenues are all north to south. And then the streets start north to south, and they start at 1 and they go all the way down. So if you say, oh, it's at 1st Street and 3rd, You know exactly where that is just on a basic grid. And the whole city is very easy to navigate because of that. But it's also all like one-way roads. It gets super annoying like that. But with older cities, that's just not a thing. Even like downtown Denver, it's not like that because, you know, they're not scraping a skyscraper just to like rework the streets. You know, they're not doing that. Yeah, when I was living in NYC, it was the same thing, but Europe is a whole different beast. Oh, I can only imagine. Isn't Paris? I think Paris is set up. Let's see, Paris. Yeah, this. So like, I forget the guy's name, but Paris is built on this like spiraling system of streets and roads. But I mean, you can also see these roads are a mess. Like what is this? What is that, man? Like none of this really makes sense. But it's because like most of these buildings have been here for ages. They're not scraping these down. Like what's this? Yeah, like these buildings I'm sure are older than time itself. And so like they build around them. You just figure it out. But I'm sure it makes it like a total maze to navigate. I can only imagine. Like, what on earth is going on here? Are these apartments? Are these stores? Like, what? I can't even really tell what is going on. My brain hurts. I think part of it is the way it's scanned in. Because this looks like the camera's coming in at this angle. And then this side, it looks like the camera's coming in at this angle. Because you can see this side of the tower, whereas over here you see this face of the building. So I think it's stitched together weird, but yeah, this Paris seems like a particular mess. Apparently, I did see one thing. They surveyed a bunch of people on like what were the least, like what cities were the most disappointing that you visited and were hoping would be amazing. And apparently, like the number one most disappointing city that people visited was Paris. Like people have such romanticized views of it, and then they go to Paris and it's just like it's another big city and it's kind of dirty, and it, especially like if you're American and you go to Paris, apparently they do not love Americans so much. They do not love the American people. So you get treated horribly if you show up with an American accent. So I mean, I don't know. I could see going to Paris with like, you know, for the art stuff, but I don't think it would be that. Like if I show up and I'm like, where's Gusteau's? I saw Ratatouille. I wanna eat Gusteau's. I think I'd be treated pretty badly, understandably. You know, it would be really funny to show up in Paris and just be like, where's Gusteau's? Does Remy still cook there? Yeah, just completely shit. Is Remy still the chef? We flew here to be fed by a rat. I want you to understand that. This is an American vacation. This is what we do. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, there's literally a thing called Paris syndrome. Wait, where's my mouse? Paris syndrome. Paris syndrome is the sense of extreme disappointment exhibited by some individuals when visiting Paris, who feel that the city was not what they expected. The condition is commonly viewed as a severe form of culture shock. The syndrome is characterized by a number of psychiatric symptoms, such as acute delusional states, hallucinations, feelings of persecution, sometimes being the victim of prejudice, aggression, and hostility from others, derealization, depersonalization, anxiety, and also psychosomatic manifestations such as dizziness, tachycardia, maybe sweating, and others such as vomiting. While the syndrome has been particularly noted among Japanese tourists, it has also affected other travelers or temporary residents from Eastern Asia, such as those from China, Singapore, and South Korea. That's interesting. So they're saying it particularly affects people from Japan more than from other countries? That's interesting. What is it about, like, like the Japanese culture that makes them think that Paris will be so different. That's interesting. Of the estimated 1.1 million annual Japanese tourists in Paris, the number of reported cases is small. A journal also identified two types of the condition: those who have previously a previous historic or history of psychiatric problems, and those without a morbid history who exhibit delayed expression post-traumatic stress disorder. In an interview with Slate, Mamuja maybe stated that of the 50 pathological travelers hospitalized each year, only 3 to 5 are Japanese. Okay, so maybe it's not actually as bad as it sounds. It also affected a few of the million annual Chinese tourists. They said, quote, Chinese people romanticize French. They know about French literature and love French stories, but some of them end up in tears, swearing that they'll never come back. The article in 2012 cited a survey from the Paris Tourism Office in which safety and cleanliness received low scores, and also noted that Paris Police Prefecture website was also made available in Chinese, in addition to English and French. However, Michael I don't even know, head of psychiatry at that hospital, noted in an interview that traveler syndrome is an old story and pointed to Stendhal syndrome, which conversely is a set of symptoms arriving from overwhelmingly positive tourist experience. That is a good point, though. Stendhal syndrome. This, I think, is something that happens a lot, where people visit someplace once and then they're like, "Oh, this is the greatest place on earth. I want to move here." And then they move there and they're like, "Oh, wait, I don't know. I'm kind of not super into this." So I could see this going both ways. And to hear that there's only a few cases every year out of the millions that come, I'm less impressed by that, you know. I do think in general, it's just the lesson is, if you're going to go and like visit a foreign country or a foreign place that you're super hyped about, like, just don't expect it to be some magical place. Like, it's probably not. There are pros and cons to living everywhere. It's not like no place is magical. You know, like we went to Hawaii and we loved Hawaii, but to live in Hawaii would be a lot different because cost of living is crazy high. And of course, when you're living there, you also have to work there. So you've got to find a way to make a living. And so you're not going to spend every day on the beach or living in a big hotel suite. You know, it seems great when you're there on vacation, but once you actually try to live there, it's not that great. Like, I think what people are often in love with is vacation and vacation in a cool spot you don't know. But living there is just different. It's just different. And I've had to remind myself of that, because I was like, what if we just like tried living in the UK for a year or two? Just try that. It seems like it'd be really cool. But then I have to remember, like, okay, well, we got to think through all these other things. And then it's also like living there, we got to set up all the tax stuff. And how does that work with, like, do I still get paid out here, but then I have to transfer the money to be able to work somewhere else? You know, that just doesn't really work. There's just a lot of potential issues that you have to deal with. So yeah. Let me do this real quick. Nightbot putting the work in. Nightbot's trying. Okay. So that's interesting. Who knew? It's like Havana syndrome. Have you guys heard of Havana syndrome? Let me just pull this up real quick, because this is also really interesting, and then we'll get into the last piece of gaming news. Then we'll play some Cyberpunk, I swear to God. Okay, so if you haven't heard of this, Havana syndrome is an alleged set of medical symptoms with unknown causes experienced mostly abroad by U.S. government officials and military personnel. The symptoms range in severity from pain and ringing in the ears to cognitive difficulties, and were first reported in 2016 by the U.S. and Canadian embassy staff in Havana, Cuba. Beginning in 2017, more people, including U.S. intelligence and military personnel and their families, reported having these symptoms in other places, such as China, New Delhi, Europe, Washington, etc. The cause and validity of the illnesses have yet to be determined. It's just basically people go to these places and then claim that they just hear like ringing in the ears, that they are suffering weird pains and weird stuff. And they don't know why. Like, nobody knows why. And recently there was actually a doctor that went and with the CIA and started investigating this stuff, and he traveled to Havana where these people were, and then he started feeling the same effects, and he said that he started suffering from the same syndrome. And it's interesting because, like, it might just be mass hysteria. Like, one guy just decided, oh, I'll just tell everybody I have a really bad headache and I hear ringing in my ears, and then I'll get off of work. Like, I won't have to go in. And then everybody else hears that and they all start believing it and they all start doing it, and it just causes craziness real quick. It could be something like that. Because like all of this, people say maybe it's microwaves, maybe it's ultrasonic waves that are being blasted at them to cause them to go insane. It could be like some sort of poisoning from the Cuban government. It could be that, oh, it's a pesticide they use to grow their food, and it's just specific to those areas, which is weird. It could be that the particular breed of crickets that they have causes, these issues. There's no real theory to it, but it's a general mass hysteria type of thing that they've observed, and they can't really explain it. It's really weird. It's interesting. Foreign involvement was ruled out in 976 of the 1,000 cases reviewed. In February 2022, a panel of experts assembled by the Biden administration released an executive summary stating that stress or psychosomatic reactions could not explain some of the incidents of Havana syndrome it had reviewed, and that radio waves could have caused some of the injuries of these CIA officers and diplomats. Which is crazy. Like, they reviewed it and they said it's not all just mass hysteria. Maybe for some of them it is, but for some of them, like, it wasn't just psychosomatic. It wasn't just in people's heads. It was like there were issues they found that could be explained by radio waves, but weren't just explained by somebody thinking that they were doing it. It's like if somebody says they convince themselves that they hear voices, and then you test it and they're like, no, you're not hearing voices. There's nobody there. But then you look a little closer and you find out, oh, well, the voice told you something that you couldn't have known otherwise. That's weird. That can't be explained that way. So then you have to look into it deeper. And with this, it's confusing. It's a big mess. But this is something they're still investigating, and they don't know what causes it. Which is weird. It's weird. Okay. Anyway, we're like a gaming channel. We should probably talk about gaming, at some point. Okay, so the last thing I want to talk about, of course, is like the most incredible comeback. Maybe not the most incredible, because No Man's Sky was pretty remarkable, but also, you see this huge welt? That's a mosquito bite on the side of my head. It's driving me crazy. I think I got it last night when we went on that walk, and it's like I got a third head up there. It's third head, second head. Moving on. Cyberpunk has made a remarkable bounce back. I mean, look at this. Over the last 30 days, they've gained 218% player base. If we look at these numbers, so average players in these months, like 8,000, 9,000, 10,000, 10,000, 8,000, 10,000, 16, 14, 21, 17, 12, 10, 9, 11, 10. It was doing okay, but it wasn't doing crazy successful. In the last 7 days, you see they've been staying right around 96,000, or right around like 90,000, 70,000, 50, 60, 80, 50, 60, 80, 132,000, 0 for some reason. I don't know. That must be a bug. 70,000, 105,000. Tons of players. It's crazy. Like the sheer number of people that have come back. But you see the waves of it. Like, it's very cyclical. You see it really bottomed out here. And as time has gone by, more and more people have decided to jump back into it and give it another shot. Try it with mods, whatever else it is. And bear in mind, this is also just on PC. This isn't counting all the people that watched the Edge Runners show and popped on PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series X or anything. This is just Steam. So the recovery it's had is pretty freaking remarkable. This is wild. Like 3 months, you see it was down. Like, honestly, it was never super low. Like, it was always right around 10 to 15,000, which isn't horrible. But recently, I mean, up at 90,000, 100 plus thousand people. It reached recently the #1 game for sale on Steam. That's insane. And this is a game that, like, is not supposed to be super successful. It's not supposed to be doing well. But it's like, it's really doing well. It's baffling to me, but it's, you know, good on them. We always say, you know, if you're going to release a buggy piece of crap, then hopefully at least you figure it out to the point where you can patch it up and fix it. Dude, the new YouTube Studio app is so trash. They like updated the app, and like it's just pain. They tried to make it into so like it has little blocks and widgets, but it just doesn't work well. It's terrible. They made it so much worse. Oh, it's just bad. It's just bad. I don't know what they were doing. Have you tried gaming clips using it on like an iPad or something? It's unusable. Like they just scale up these blocks. So they have like little cells where they can show like watch time. And then they show, you know, view count and then monetized amount, how much money you're making and all that. And it used to just be listed like little bullet points. But recently they changed it. And so now it's like just blocks, individual blocks. But on iPad, it scales up so bad that like you can't actually see anything. It's like you see, oh, my view count. Scroll. Ah, yes, this. Scroll. Oh, yeah, my revenue. Scroll. It's so bad. They got to fix it. And with that, it is time. It's also 74 degrees in here. So you'll hear the vrr of the AC unit. Forgive me. I'm a toasty boy. Okay, for those of you who were not chilling with us, we're working through the Pan Am quest line, and we are about to go to bed and then work with Pan Am in the morning. Okay, so that's where we're at. Lie down. Good morning. That's not sketchy at all the blood on the wall.
V, one of my missing vehicles could be near your current position.
Got it.
Okay, we'll have to look for that. Let's see. The biggest thing I think Twitch has over YouTube is all the UI and UX stuff, plus all the custom chatbots, plugins. I miss having that stuff for sure. Yeah, Forum, I agree. There's definitely a lot of love they've given to Twitch for like Twitch drops alone is super cool. And like games have Twitch integration. They don't have YouTube integration or that stuff. So there's little stuff like that I think we would miss if we moved over to YouTube fully, but there's also like a lot of perks to YouTube as well. So I think we're just going to keep trying it for this week and we'll see how it goes and kind of play it by ear. See what's up. And we'll like do a poll. We'll see what people think after we've tried it. This is literally where I'm in my save right now. Loving this game, honestly. So glad I gave it a chance. Yeah, Brandon, once you give it a chance, as long as your expectations are in check, it can be great. Have you tried the NVIDIA broadcast program that removes the mic background noise, Luke? I have not, but it might be tricky with my setup because I do a dual PC streaming setup. So the mic goes through the Go XLR, which routes to the streaming PC, but then also back to the gaming PC. It's like a kind of rat's nest of cables to make all of this work, but I could look into it. I don't normally run the AC unit. It's just when it gets super hot in here, you know? Andre's loving the YouTube stream, wasn't very fond of Twitch. Okay, well, see, that's good info. That's good feedback. I can use that.
Hey.
Hello. I'm just checking the suspension. The hydraulics have to be ship shape. We're in for a bumpy ride. Did you sleep all right?
Can't complain. Come up with anything? For Hellman, I mean.
As a matter of fact, I did. Look here.
Okay, tell me.
We're the wrench. The cutter is the AV. And the screwdriver is where the AV should bury its nose cone in the dust. Now, you must be wondering how we get the AV to do that.
That old HMG of yours.
My gun will be useful elsewhere. This caliber would barely dent the armor of a heavy hitter like that. There are other ways. Here, the clamp's our solution. A sat-wave power station.
Power station. Wait, you want to use an EMP?
Bullseye.
But how? We can't generate that sort of pulse on command.
Would you like to bet me? We drive up to the power collection unit, break in and override the controls, lift any limiters. As soon as the AV is in range, we set off the electromagnetic turbo pulse. This should smoke the AV
To
systems.
the drive, nav systems.
Communications. Everything. Out like a light. They won't stand a chance in hell.
Aren't you, counting chickens? We can't actually know the AV will fly over the station.
Of course we can, but we don't have to. You'll see. It's bound to be quite a ride, but not one you'll regret. I've got everything planned out.
Okay.
All right, let's ride.
Great. Hop in.
Yeah, I also love that you can come back to it later. Like, you can pause if you have an ad or something that pops up. You can just, like, go back and see what you missed. Little stuff like that really adds up. I think, like, what do you guys think? Do you really want... How do I phrase this? So, by default, when the stream is over, it goes to an unlisted VOD, basically. So if you have the link or you were watching it earlier, it still shows up in your viewed history, all of that. But it's not like a dedicated upload. Would you guys rather it be a full upload, or would you guys want it to be, like, do you not care, just post the stream highlights and leave it there? I don't know if anybody has a preference, because for me, like, I think not having the full streams might clean up the like upload list, because we'll still have all of the stream highlights. We'll still have all of that, but it might clean it up, you know? I don't know.
Someone put him in a deep sleep, packed him in a cooler. No idea why, but man, I made a shitload off that job. Your turn. Think you can beat that?
The Deputy Finance Director of Calcaz.
Whoa. I'd say it's a tie.
Dead. In the trunk.
Okay, fine, you win.
I do like these missions where you just drive.
We've almost reached the dam. We'll make a quick stop here.
Like, it's weirdly calming to me, and it helps me with immersion, where it's like they don't need to
I
fast
need to
forward.
calibrate you with the turret.
They just
I want you to be able to
let
use the
you
gun,
let
too.
you go through it.
It should
Like,
up
go
our
through the
chances in
motions, you
general.
know. Why not both?
Connect here.
Highlights, bro. Can it just be stream highlights? Sometimes it's nice to have the whole stream up. How do I reconnect? Okay.
How should I connect? Personal link?
How else? Just watch the.
It's
Sometimes you have to jig a little bit.
yeah. Where's Johnny? I don't know.
Wired
I
in.
don't think he's come out yet.
Wait a moment. Diagnostics first.
Yeah, we could do both. Like,
Let me work
the
around.
one benefit of not posting the full stream is that it cleans it up.
Out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere.
Oh, is this when he
Great work.
says the best
Hey,
line ever?
I think your implant has a virus. The one in the nape of your neck.
I've got a bioprocessor in my head that operates independently of me. Probably why your diagnostics flagged it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But no data will leak out of it through the personal link. Your ride's secure.
Fine. I trust you won't.
Can you
fuck
imagine she just does like a full factory wipe on the implant? It's just like Johnny's gone.
with- Okay.
Oops.
Here goes nothing.
Oh well.
See that pile of junk? Fire a short burst into it. I'll take care of the calibration. Good. Next target. Single shot. Okay. Just one more. Longer round. Great. We're done, I think. Now that wasn't so bad, was it?
Calibration's fine, but your soft could really use an update. Scanner, controllers, all a couple of generations back at least. There's better tech in the bargain bin at a Kabuki flea market.
Some YouTubers will unlist the full streams and then put them in a public playlist, then upload segments from it later. Okay, so then the full 8-hour or 6-hour stream isn't being recommended all the time, but if you want to see it, you can still find it. I kind of like that. That's interesting. That could work.
Is this a plug for the word corpo, or do you have a point?
Know what? You're starting to remind me of me, 50 years back. Minus the charisma. An impressive cock. Maybe we can just get along.
And the impressive
Let me remind
cock.
you, I want Hellman from me, not to stick it to Arasaka. This is life or death. My life
Let
or
me
death.
remind you that sock and their fucked up tech is what got you here. Who gives a shit about motives? Ends justify the means, and right now your end is to survive.
All looks clear. The area looks deserted. I see no patrols. The huge thing is the collection unit. And see the antennas? Each antenna collects microwave energy from satellites in orbit. That's then converted into electric power.
Power stations serve the whole city?
Honestly, who the fuck knows?
Guess we're about to find out. Antennas run a ways down the interstate. We set off a chain reaction that starts in the collection unit,
Then each antenna will emit a massive EMP burst.
while our AV flies right into our net.
We just have to send out the pulse at the right moment.
Let's go get her.
When we arrive at the station, you overload the systems. I'll set up a bypass link for the detonator.
Why don't I start with the transformers? Make mayhem in the relative voltages. Rest should move faster after that.
Not a bad idea. That's just...
Yeah, I know, the converters. But they shouldn't be a problem. I'll just crank everything up past max.
Seems we think alike.
So what now?
We wait. We should time our arrival to the AV flight plan.
Got it.
Simpsons Hit and Run, I got that running on an nebulator, and I've thought of trying to do like a full critique breakdown of the emulated version of it. I think it'd be cool. Babe and baby.
It's freezing in here.
Is it free? I think it's hot. Babe and baby. Hold on. We gotta say hi, babe and baby. Babe and baby. Hey, dude. Hey, dude. Oh, it's good to see you, dude. Oh, hello, friend. Hello, friend. It's babe and baby. How you doing? Get some sleep?
No.
Not
No.
Not really. No.
Tried to put a computer mouse in the toilet.
Oh,
Tried to
computer
put your
mouse in the
iPad
toilet. iPad in the toilet.
Yeah.
Can you tell everyone what you did? You don't want to stand? Okay.
He's like,
He
my
just
legs are tired.
just limp legs.
We just changed out all his toys upstairs, so he's like been playing hard for the last 20 minutes.
Oh, good. Oh.
Let me sit.
Oh. Yeah, it's good to see you. Yeah. Oh, careful, don't whack the keyboard too hard. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, you got so much to say. He's a Chad in the making, you're damn right. Hat?
No, you have a mohawk. Mama did your hair today.
Yeah.
A hat.
Oh, jeez.
He's like, I need a hat. Have you seen my hair?
It's like I've got hat hair. Oh. Yeah?
Hat?
Oh, smack the keyboard.
Hey.
What a good fella.
Can you say hi?
Can you say hi into the microphone?
Hi.
He's like, oh, who's that cool guy? Who's that cool guy? Ooh. What are you guys gonna do? Have any fun plans?
We're gonna go check the vending machines.
Oh, smart.
I asked Mama if she wanted a trip into Greeley, and so we're gonna go grab her.
Sweet.
And go do the vending machine. And probably go to the bank for her and do your errands, but
Will you be back? Or when do you think you'll be back?
probably like 2 or 3.
Okay, that's right in time for his nap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You say yeah.
Ma'am.
I've been doing me mama, you lucky, and then he's been going mama, Lachlan, mama, Lachlan, mama, Lachlan.
Dada.
Oh, you're dada now.
Dada.
Dada.
No, you're not
Dada.
dada. You're lucky.
Lucky. Dada.
You're like, no, I'm dada now. I assert it.
I point at myself and say it. Therefore, is me.
Yes, I have proclaimed it.
I still love you.
I love you, dude.
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit, okay?
Do you need anything?
If you're gonna get coffee, I'd like a chai. That'd be great. Same spicy chai. That's very good.
It's funny. She said, "We're Starbucks. We only have one type of chai, and it comes in a pump." And your mom looked at her and goes, "Just make the regular chai, and I'll tell him it's spicy."
Yeah, that works. Yeah, it's good. Do that. Do that. Much love. Drive safe. I see you in a bit, dude. Okay. I love you. I see you in a bit. What a cutie. They're both adorable. Yeah, no, he's a keeper. They really do grow up fast. Yeah, you guys remember when he was just like a little tiny thing. Little tiny thing.
Thought you would have done something like this with your clan.
No.
Yeah, spicy chai. I like the ones that burn. Yeah. I'm weird. Coffee, like caffeine specifically, doesn't hype me up. It makes me like mellow and more lethargic. Like it doesn't give me energy. It does the opposite.
How do you feel?
So I have to like find other ways to get hyped up.
Yeah.
Oh, that's where we ran into the pole.
Be like back with the clan.
And?
And the price is always too damn high.
I believe I understand.
Do. Sounds like Luke has ADHD. Is that a common staple of ADHD? Is that a thing? I never drink coffee because it makes me fall asleep every damn time. I thought it was just a me thing.
One last time.
Yeah, well, I always thought like I must be so tired that even caffeine doesn't hype me up. Like I'm still like I almost feel more tired after I drink my coffee.
Okay.
And then one day I read that that's a thing some people have where caffeine doesn't hype them up, it drains them. And I was like, oh, that explains it.
Drone!
I'll deal with them.
Deal quick before they hit us. Good enough.
Done.
Provided we hurry. Find the controls. I'll connect the detonator. Quick, V.
Ah, shit.
Oh my god. Oh god.
Come on. Breathe.
It's Morbin time.
I think we might have overdone it, Pan Am.
You'll survive.
I'm vibing.
Let's go.
Do you see that? All lit up and blinking like a Christmas
Girl, you
tree.
wanted 11. You got 11.
Fuck yeah. Let's get out of here before it lights us up too.
It really hits the relic? I'm assuming so. That must have been what it was
Get the fuck
doing.
out before something happens to the chip.
Thanks for the tip. You know, I was just about to set up a picnic. Maybe lay out. Work on
I
my
mean
base
it.
stand.
Watch out. The next one might.
Johnny? Johnny?
Fucking hell.
You good, dude?
Okay. I'm fine. It's okay. Just It's okay, I'm fine. Yeah. Just delta the fuck out.
Not the cleanest job, perhaps, but it still went well.
What about the detonator? Is it working?
Yes, it's working. And I don't even see a drop in the signal strength. We just need to drive far away enough to keep the pulse from blasting us, too.
Okay.
The cliff there. We'll set up. It should give us a good view of the antennas. And then we wait.
Okay.
If you guys could make it happen instantly, would you rather get Witcher 4
Always wanted
or whatever
to push
it's
the
called,
big red button on something like
or
this. How do we know when?
Cyberpunk
Don't worry.
2,
I'll have eyes on it.
but like
You just wait for my
without
signal,
the bugs, without the
then set off
technical
that
issues,
pulse.
like actually
They
polished
won't
to
know
holy
what hit
hell?
them.
Which would you rather?
And by the way,
What?
I think a lot of my audience is much more into like The Witcher and the fantasy stuff, I would
how
guess.
does that make you feel?
Blasting shit. Exactly what the doc ordered.
And that's exactly what I like to hear.
Witcher 4, Cyberpunk, Witcher 4, Cyberpunk, Witcher 4.
Just noticed.
It's exactly tied.
What?
It's quiet. The hum of the city, people's voices, the
Yeah,
smells.
we do need a poll. Let me see if I can pull
It's
it
all
up.
gone.
Pull it up. Here, No, I keep the game, but I just want to move my mouse over. There we go. Okay. Witcher 4 or Witcher 4 or Cyberpunk 2? Witcher, Cyberpunk. Okay. Post it. Okay, everybody can throw their answer in there. I'm guessing, I would
Wind
think The
just
Witcher, but
intensifies it.
who knows, maybe it'll surprise me.
Think I forgot quiet exists.
Mm-hmm. Though maybe not the smells. I mean, the coyotes. Rather hard to miss.
Thought that was just
Witcher
the
at 60%.
Ha ha. Screw you. You'd do better to focus on the AV. Keep your eyes open.
Is that it?
It's there. Coming from Pacifica. All right. Get ready. One more second. One more. Now!
Boom. There she is.
Shit!
What's going
happening?
on? Fan-fucking-tastic.
Bullseye!
Ha!
Pan Am, the engines are still running. Fuck, they're getting away.
They're going nowhere.
We gotta go after it.
Give me a moment.
Pan Am, what are you doing?
Ha. That'll work.
That's how you do it.
It's losing altitude.
We got the bastard.
Let's go.
We got it.
No way it stays in the air after a blast like
They
that.
either land or crash.
You catch that? Over. AV unmarked. Losing out.
Fish.
There?
Scorpion. What the hell are they
Finishing
doing?
up at the generators. Follow them. On my way in a bit. Battery
Mitch,
should sort
Scorpion,
itself out.
it's Pan Am. Don't go near that AV. I repeat, do not approach the AV.
On the way, or I'll start the party without you.
It's Kang Tao. Wait for me, or better get the hell out. They probably want to help the survivors without knowing it's corporate. They can't hear me. The pulse is interfering.
Oops.
Shit.
Oops.
I have 3 on radar.
Drones?
Yes. Get ready. They're trying to slow us down. We won't let them. We have to reach Mitch and Scorpion.
Oh, God.
Pan Am, problem. Not shooting.
Shit! Probably jammed again. I'll fix it. Hold on tight. Going on autopilot. Seized up. Son of a
They're
bitch.
on our tail. Pan Am.
I know! Fucking latches! Don't want to open!
We're driving like 20 miles an hour.
Just a second!
Pan Am?
It's nothing. I'm
fine.
I mean, it's not nothing. Your blood splattered everywhere.
For the time being, at least.
Time being's all we need.
I'm surprised. 53%. Almost a completely even.
That hill.
Dead heat.
Thing to worry about?
Pan Am, you okay?
Fucking ricochet.
Think you can manage?
Sure. I'll live. Don't worry.
Hey man, where are you? Hello?
Perfect.
Scorpion?
Keep broadcasting over an open channel, just in case they missed you the first time. God, I swear. Something's not right. Did you hear those shots? V, something happened to them.
Let's check it
Get,
out.
get out of the car.
I see the wreck.
Let's go help them.
Scorpion. Or Mitch.
52%. It's getting even closer.
Looks expired. Fuck it. V, connect to the drone. We'll scan the area. We have to get our bearings.
Let's roll. You connecting to visual?
Mm-hmm. V, if they got the Aldecaldos, if they got Mitch and Scorpion, I can't...
I know. Connected. I'm in
Oh,
control.
53. That's crazy. I'm surprised how even it is. Like, I thought it would lean much more heavily to The Witcher. That's surprising. You guys still surprise me after all this time. It's crazy. Uh-oh.
Combat drones. Defense systems active.
They secured the area. They're waiting for reinforcements. Shit. V, this does not... Fucking corporate rats.
Come on, scan it.
Mitch! He's alive! They've set up the launcher. They'll tear us to shreds if we get too close.
Can we take it down somehow?
Maybe. But we have to get there first.
Okay.
Got 5 Kangs on patrol.
Oh no. No, no.
Yeah, you made an
Enough of those
oopsie.
damned glitches.
You
I
made an
could've
oopsie
warned them.
poopsie.
This is all my doing.
Yeah,
Why in
kinda.
the hell were they following the AV? The fools!
Listen, we saw Mitch. They probably got Scorpion too. We'll find them. Help them out.
If they're still alive.
They're alive. Everything's gonna be
You're
okay.
being kind of a downer right now, and I need you to be optimistic, okay? You're
will
being
blow
a
us to
bit of a
bits if we
downer.
approach.
You're already blown to bits.
Don't be an idiot. This is just a scratch. Let's take out the launcher. I will try to...
No, you stay in the car. Sorry, but you're just gonna slow me down.
True.
Fucking hell, V. Those are my people out
Listen,
there.
I get that launcher out of the way, I'll let you know. Then you go in and help me with the rest. Deal?
Yes, sir. I still have Mitch's rifle. I will try to cover you from here.
Okay.
Good idea. Let's move.
Quick save. For those of you not aware, we are playing on very hard. Okay. Okay, ping him so we see where everybody is. Okay, what was even seeing me there? Is it a camera? Come on, peek it. I can't even tell.
You are instructed to reveal yourself. Locating suspect.
I'm invisible.
Locating suspect.
GTA gonna disappoint for real? I don't think it'll disappoint. I think it will. Oh god. I fully expect it to be amazing and tremendous in every way possible. But I do think there's a tendency for people to think that games are magic and can just be like endlessly filled with content, and that's just not the case. Like, there is such a thing as scope. I'm so screwed. There's no way this ends well. Oh, that's the control panel. Yeah, I'm freaking dead. How does that make any sense? Come on, stuck on rocks. I don't know how that worked, but it did. I'll take it. It's already massively overhyped. I think there's a lot of... Like, whenever people get this level of hype for a game, there is just... I don't think any game can live up to it, but, like, if anybody can live up to hype, it's always been Rockstar. You know? Like, somehow they still come out with games that live up to the hype. Like Red Dead. Most of us thought that Red Dead wasn't going to be able to live up to the hype because it was so crazy exaggerated. Like, people are like, no way that this lives up to what people are saying. And it actually managed it.
Back! Toss your weapons or I'll shoot. I repeat, drop your weapons now.
Not too late for everyone to walk out of this alive.
We called for backup.
Bullshit.
Zowie.
Are you all right?
Just some scratches.
You fucking morons!
Did you get hit? Hang on. I'll patch you
It's
up.
nothing. Let's go.
We could. They recruit so fast. Started shooting rockets and shit. I lost everyone.
Everyone? Scorpion, is he here? Mitch? Mitch?
Pan Am, I'm sorry. I didn't make it in time.
No! No! Are you sure? No, he...
Scorpion, the rest. I'm sorry we didn't get here sooner.
They were good people. Great people. They didn't have to die here.
I should have stopped him.
I tried. He wouldn't have listened to you either. Never was much
He had a
of
family,
listener.
Luke. Yeah, and I did too.
Bastard.
I'm guessing since you were out here for the AV. The question is why?
I need the guy who's riding this AV. You know anything, see anything.
Took him with him. In our cars.
Where?
West. Small unit. Your passenger's entourage.
Must be looking for a way to call base.
So you're the ones who hit him with that EMP?
Yeah, we tried to warn you, but couldn't connect.
If they took your cars, we might be able to follow their tracks.
Okay.
I'll go after him. Stay with Mitch. I'll be fine.
I am going with you. I promised I would help. Besides, those bastards killed Scorpion. I won't let that go.
Don't argue with her, V. No point. Go. I'll call my people. We'll take care of things here.
We'll leave my ride here just in case.
There's a lot of weird texture artifacting going
We'll
on.
go by bike.
Sounds solid.
Okay.
Sounds... Kang Tao lost contact with their AV. Probably looking for it. Better hurry. But Pan Am...
What?
You're coming back for her, right?
I promise.
Yeah, for real, that leaked GTA
going
footage did look
before they send a
amazing for
rescue
being
party.
pre-alpha. Normally in pre-alpha, it's like,
Scorpion
oh my
arrest.
god, how did they even develop with that?
know
But
how
like,
you
it looked pretty good
mean
for
it.
pre-alpha.
I
Like,
hope
wow.
you settle your score with Kang Tao.
I will destroy them, V. Every last one.
We're in this together. To the bitter end.
You know what, V? You're all right. You helped me with Nash. You helped me with Mitch. To my mind, I owe you a favor. Your helmet. I will find him.
Ah, so that's what this is? Just paying your debts?
No. Nomads always help their own.
Oh, so I'm one of yours now. Sounds good. Let's ride. Hope they didn't go far.
We'll see. The tire tracks start there. We'll follow them.
Scan, scan,
Our
scan.
guys were here.
Let's follow. Find them. Scorpion said I would hate Night City.
He knew you that well.
Probably better than I know myself. He said when I had enough of the city, we would stock up on canned kibble, fill a couple of thermoses with coffee and whiskey, hit the road. He said we would get away from it all.
Sounds like a real adventure.
Yeah, all I see is cracked concrete and rust. If they thought they would call their friends, they were in for one hell of a surprise. Watch out! There's a sniper behind the van! Wipe them out, V!
We need the receipt!
That's for my friends, you assholes!
Unit down!
I see a sniper. Careful!
Where? Did she get him?
They're almost at our throats!
Let's finish this!
There. I don't see them.
The rest must have taken Hellman with them.
If they manage to regroup and call for help, we're out of luck.
Better hurry then.
Let's go. Where did my bike go? Oh, did she take mine? No. Oh, we're supposed to... There it is. Okay. Okay, okay. Did I find Rebecca's shotgun? I don't think so. Is it in here? Is it over here? Rebecca. Oops. Mabby. It's downtown. Okay, then no, I have not. Let's go. Let's
Left a
go.
few peeps behind at the airstrip. Rest went with Hellman.
I would have done the same. They're looking to call their people. The last they want is to ride through the desert without backup. I hope Mitch contacted the Alder Caldos. All that damn interference.
They're coming for him. Don't worry.
You know what?
What?
These tracks lead up past the hill.
Did you see that?
Station. I wager that's where they're holding help.
She zipped right on up.
Okay, covering you.
You could win a Lazarus rifle and much, much more.
Let's see. New PC stuff. I'm just bracing for those
Drones,
4000
patrols.
series.
Definitely set up
cards.
shop here.
Those things are crazy.
But V, see that? The pumps look pretty good. Not what you would find if the place were closed. The bastards might have managed to call for transport.
We'll know soon enough.
Should we just go guns a-blazing? Damn it. Probably not, but we're here already.
I'll shoot you down!
Hell yeah!
Oh, God. Oh, God.
They're on their last legs!
Is that true, though? I don't know if that's true. It's doing nothing. It's a sniper rifle. The drone's just floating.
Heads up, reloading.
Let's go! Oh. I'm over encumbered. That's why I'm moving so slow. Jeez. This is faster. Okay. Guess I should also upgrade character stuff while I'm at it. Body. Could use some of that. Assault rifles. Rifle reload time by 20%. Headshot damage. And then this one.
I'm in.
Coleman, it has to be.
Exactly a clip to take him in. Smart weapons are pretty cool. I'll give them that.
Send the word space to 7299 for a chance to win a 1-week getaway for two.
You're a goddamn psycho!
Turn that off.
First for yourself. Come out.
Who sent you?
Hey, easy. We gotta talk.
Who are you working for? Yorinobu Arasaka. Do you wish to take me back?
Pathetic rat's got nowhere left to scurry off to. He's out of lifelines. Shut him up already.
Not a fan, I take it.
You haven't found a fan in him either. Motherfucker doesn't know who to be scared of more, you or Arasaka.
Don't take this personally.
Whack. Throat punch. That's
Seem to
mean.
recall you were gonna tell Takamura when you got Helmet.
Yeah, just a sec. I'll call him.
Okay. Takamura.
Just remember, you have Helmet, and that's one hell of a card. Try to win something with it.
Takamura saved my life, remember?
Because it was in his fucking interest to do so. Still just biz. He's no friend of yours.
Takamura, good news. Got Hellman.
Alive. What did he say?
Alive. Not too talkative now. Taking him to the Sunset Motel.
I will come to you. Keep him there until I arrive.
You got it. See ya.
Better take him somewhere you can talk in peace.
True.
Looks like your new Chimba's in here.
Is that him?
Sure is.
Take him outside. Toss him on the bike.
So the guy, Mitch and Pan Am came out to rescue him?
That is the word.
Stay right there.
The AV that came down and
The
Scorpion.
cavalry has arrived.
It's all related.
Mitch gathered together a few elder colonists.
No idea. The road was clear. I don't think we were spotted. So Saul's out. We would still do better not to hang around too long.
To me, all these things seem
What do you plan to
straight
do
out
with
of
him?
step.
Mitch. We should talk to Mitch.
Just gotta ask him a few important questions.
I sure hope you get some important answers. Saul.
Everything's done here. All clear.
I heard Mitch is alive thanks to you.
Thanks to V and Pan Am. They both saved my ass.
I just hope he was worth it.
Saul, I tried to raise Scorpion, but he... Maybe I could help out somehow?
I think you've helped enough.
I tried to stop him. Sure. Just turn around now. Let it all be damned. You're good at that, aren't you?
Look, Saul, it really wasn't Pan Am's fault.
Careful. You and me are not buddy-buddy. Besides, nobody's blamed anyone for anything, yet.
Sure. Right.
Pan Am was just helping me. It was my doing. My fault that AV got hit. Without me, Scorpion and his people wouldn't have gone out to grab it. That's the truth.
When you were in Aldecaldo, you were always responsible for yourself and your people. The circumstances changed nothing. Perhaps Pan Am should ask herself if she's still in Aldecaldo.
Damn it all.
Glad to see you, Mitch, but why'd you even come?
Saul, he came with our people. We took care of the bodies. I told him what happened. And he told us to up and follow you. He was worried something would happen to you. To Pan Am.
Saul?
Look, maybe you two don't see eye to eye at the moment, but you're family. And Saul will do anything for family.
The thing is, am I even part of the family anymore?
You know you are. Come back to us. I understand.
Nuh-uh. Come back to us. No.
Had to witness that.
No, I
Things just
won't.
get complicated.
Ugh.
Dramatic sometimes. But I won't.
Oh.
And you look out for yourself, all right?
I don't know. So the DLSS 3.0, has anybody been able to test that yet? Like
Until next time.
Digital Foundry or anybody? Has anybody actually gotten their hands on it? Because what they showed off in the presentation looked really cool, but like there's a big difference between looking cool in a presentation and actually being as good as they make it out to be. Like Apple saying, oh yeah, the new iPhone 14 Pro Max, it performs at 20% better levels than the iPhone 8. It's like, what? Wait, what did you say? Hold on. That's not as impressive as I think you're trying to make it out to be. Like, hold on. You know, like that's, I'm not sure if I buy that.
Where am I?
Same with like DLSS, where it's like, oh, it's cutting edge and it's the best thing ever. In some very specific use cases, you know, it's not clear.
middle of nowhere.
Not yet, but soon. Digital Foundry had a preview of the
Doesn't matter. You're not leaving here by yourself anyway.
40 series. Okay.
Want to talk about your little invention? Biochip you made for Arasaka.
Fine. But let's get one thing straight first. Yorinobu Arasaka didn't send you?
No.
This means you must have an offer for me. If your boss will pay more than Kang Tao, I believe we can talk.
Nobody sent me. I got a problem, and you're gonna help me.
And what does that have to do with the biochip?
Your tech's trying to kill me. Pretty sure that's not how it's advertised.
If you wish to file a complaint, I'll need more details.
Got Johnny Silverhand's construct stuck in my head, and I don't want it there.
Silverhand? Construct? That's impossible. Where did you get this biochip?
You have to remove the biochip from my system.
It's not that simple.
Look, you made the thing, didn't you? So where's the problem?
If you're telling the truth, you slotted in a new experimental version of the biochip.
How's the prototype version different? It's got a different engram, something more aggressive.
Divex Laszlo, cool collab with Joe Raptor. Just watched it. Thank you. Yeah, I freaking love Joe Raptor. He's the best. He's just the best. Jacob, my editor, he hadn't seen Joe Raptor before. So I let him know. I was like, hey, we're going to do a collab with this other YouTuber that I know, covers Ubisoft stuff. He's a really cool guy. And Jay was like, okay, well, yeah, I'll see. And he got the clip and he started working through it to cut it together. And he was like, holy crap, I love this guy. He's great. He's just a fun guy. And he knows his stuff. Like anything regarding Ubisoft, he knows it. He's a sharp as a tack.
Yeah, great. Your tech works. Now get it out of me.
Well. I would have to see it first.
Okay.
Okay.
Unbelievable. It looks like...
Can't believe this Seuss the one who's gonna help us.
Oh, fuck.
What? What is it?
What a pity I won't be able to examine it fully.
Yeah, real shame. You could have been his guinea pig too.
Tell me how to get rid of it.
I'm afraid I have bad news. Your neural network has completely deteriorated.
Very important.
It can no longer function independently of the chip. The only thing I could
Woohoo, it's bargaining time.
Is to give you information on a good clinic in Sweden. They'll help you through the terminal stages. Minimize the pain.
What exactly is going on in my head?
You tell me, what's it like to have two personalities? Because it's not like you're hearing voices. You're both yourself and Silverhand, simultaneously.
I can see him and talk to him.
You're not talking, but yes, I understand what you mean. Have you noticed the construct's influence on your decision-making?
Sheesh, give it a rest.
What do you mean?
You will start doing things that were once unthinkable, at least to your old self. And you know exactly who he was. A fanatic, a terrorist, a suicide bomber.
Fuck me, who's trying to mess with your head now?
That is why I believe it would be better for you to consider clinical isolation at this stage.
Know what? That's enough. You just playing for time? Because I can't tell. Are you trying to convince me you're useless? 'Cause I mean, in that case, I can just shoot you in the head and save us both some time.
Ah, finally.
I will try to help you, if you come with me to Kang Tao.
Forget Kang Tao. Got any other ideas?
If you think there's anyone else who can help you, I could give you the blueprints. Complete project documentation. Kang Tao offered quite the sum for it.
You got it with you?
He's got to. Gonk's fucking useless without him.
Hey, Takamura? What the hell is he doing here?
He's got a few questions of his own for you. You play nice, he might even save your ass. I'm almost done. The blueprints.
Better than nothing. Long as we find someone fluent in technobabble.
What'll you do with him?
I haven't decided yet.
Are you serious?
You know me. I can be impulsive.
He's all yours.
That's the worst thing you want to
I'll give
hear
you
from the
some
guy about to
space.
torture you. I can be
I hope we can come to
impulsive.
an understanding.
That is certainly in your best interest. V, I will remember this.
This heat. My throat is positively parched.
V did not give you even a glass of water. Unacceptable. Inhumane. That is not me. You will see the difference. I will give you full buckets.
No need.
I will give you buckets. Uh-oh.
See that? Fuck me, just look at that. Sons of bitches.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
This is the part where you divulge your master plan to annihilate Arasaka?
No. It's the part where I say I despise petty merc thieves who think they're hot shit rebels after setting foot in the afterlife. Might think you took on Arasaka, but you're just a bug they scraped off the sole of their boot and tossed in the trash.
Says the most inept terrorist in human history. Need I remind you how you let Arasaka crush your soul and put you here?
A nomad could never understand what it means to fight for the city, die for it.
I don't know, man. You're like
So, ready?
a terrorist, though. Like a giga
Let's cut this
terrorist.
juvenile bullshit.
I'm just trying to help you.
Well, I neither want, nor do I need, your help. Just go. Had enough of you.
Okay. Let's take Jackie's bike. This time I'm trying to do a run where I'm much less interested in it's floating. Hey! This time I'm trying to do a run where I'm much less sympathetic to Johnny. And it's interesting because in the previous ones, like, they really want you to be sympathetic to him. They want you to like Johnny and to think, well, maybe he had a point. Maybe he's not a terrible guy. Even though, like, he pretty clearly is a horrible, horrible person, you know. Dude, I just freaking love it. It just feels right, you know? It feels natural. Wee. Oh, yeah. That was good. The engine struggles a little bit here and there, but usually it does a pretty good job. Well,
What's your problem?
you know what? I had that coming. I had that coming. These reflections look great too. Yeah, so the endings, I agree. I'm pretty underwhelmed by the endings. I personally don't love games with like big open worlds and side content and stuff that have an ending where the only way to continue playing is if you load to a save right before the ending. I just don't like that. I don't think that's a very compelling way to finish an open world game. I find it pretty underwhelming because I want to keep playing, so I'm gonna have to kind of ignore the last bit of the quest. And especially if it's well written main quest line, there's a ton of stuff pointing towards it through all the side content. So it has that problem. Yeah, exactly. Vegas ends like that. And it's like one of my big issues with Vegas. Apparently Obsidian never patched it. The only way you can continue playing after seeing the end credits is with mods. Or was it the other way around? It was the opposite of what I thought. I thought maybe they patched it, but then they didn't patch it and it's only available through mods. Or I thought it was only available through mods, but they patched it. I don't think they patched it though. I think it was only available through mods. Okay, so these are screen space reflections. You can tell because as they leave your view, the reflection stops. So let's turn on ray tracing and see what that's like. We can do like ultra. As we look down, they stay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like that. New Vegas is good. I'm taken aback every time I jump into New Vegas by the sheer number of bugs and glitches, because there's a lot. I mean, let's be real. There's a lot. It's a problem. It's a problem. Mods help with it somewhat, but just general things like pop in, the fact that there's no sprint in the game natively, so moving is super slow, you know, stuff like that. And the reason apparently they didn't have a sprint functionality in the game was because they couldn't get the data streaming to work fast enough. So come on. There you go. Oh, really? Am I? Oh, it like still has me in the driving mode. Come on, get in. It still has me in the driving mode, so it won't let me pull up guns or anything. Okay, hop out. Exit. Will it take me out? Yeah, now it will. That was weird. It's when I clipped off of the motorcycle. That's odd. Okay, quick save. Here's Johnny. I'm out of ammo? Oh, God. I don't really like that gun. I kind of miss the fast fire of the other one. This. Yes, queen. This thing. Will it let me craft in the middle of combat? No. Sure won't. Yeah, I like this way more. Yes, I have to aim, but it feels like it's doing way more damage. Neutralize the perps, secure the evidence. There we go. Like, I will say, when the combat's working well and when you run into the right groups, it feels pretty good. Definitely like it more than Fallout 4. Fallout 4, I'm always bugged because every time I jump into it, I have to spend like 30 hours grinding before I can find a gun that actually uses real bullets. Otherwise, you got to use all those stupid, like, pipe pistols that shoot nails and shit. It's just like, I hate it. Let's craft 6 of those. How's that? Yeah, 288 rounds. That's much better. I did see somebody, they went and they did a whole run through where they never craft anything. And I don't know how the hell you get through the game without crafting at all. You know? I don't know how. Are you streaming on YouTube to prepare for the Twitch explosion coming? So, like, I like Twitch for a lot of things. I think Twitch is a really solid platform for streaming specifically. And like what I've noticed being over here on or on YouTube for a day so far is that the people over here are definitely not as acclimated to the live streaming thing. And part of it is that YouTube doesn't really cater to it that well. Meaning like there isn't as much support for like emotes. There's not hype trains. I don't even know if you can gift memberships and things like that tend to hype people up and get movement going, you know? But the user experience seems to be a lot better on YouTube over Twitch. People seem to like watching on YouTube more. Setting aside the like interactability parts. You can gift memberships. Okay, so that I just say I didn't know. When I looked into live stream on YouTube last time, that wasn't a thing. You couldn't do that. So see, they're adding stuff. That's good. With like from my perspective, there's a couple little quirks, like the chat doesn't work natively in Streamlabs OBS. That's not a huge deal. Like I just pulled up the chat separately and that worked. The input, like the latency is way lower, so I can chat and like you are seeing it on your screen probably a second to 2 seconds after I've said it. So you are in real time, about as real time as you could possibly get. And that's super cool. The live transcoding is awesome, being able to just quickly like pop a different setting if you are in a low connection area or you don't have the best internet where you are. The fact that on YouTube you can just quickly anytime, no matter what, change the transcoding option, that's awesome. I love that. The VODs being permanently stored is awesome. I think probably, like somebody was saying, we'll probably unlist the streams and we will keep them on YouTube permanently, but then we'll just keep them on like a playlist so you can pop in and see them if you want them, but they won't be like recommended on YouTube regularly. We'll leave that to just the clips. And so there's a lot of stuff I do like. I don't know how it will work. Oh, and the biggest thing is probably like replay, being able to instantly replay sections. If you had to get up and go do something, take a call or whatever, you can just pause the stream and then come back and keep going right where you left off. That's awesome. And Twitch can't do that. So I think overall YouTube seems to be the better platform, but there are some learning or some growing pains.
Can you come over, Stat?
Something happened?
Yeah. Just come.
Okay, we gotta go meet Judy. We have to go meet Judy. This is a sad one, but we need to. Have you seen Ludwig plug in to fix the YouTube chat? Ludwig plugin? No, I have not. What's weird is I don't know if we'll actually end up making more on YouTube or less. Like YouTube overall, I think with ads and everything, we could end up making more. But Twitch Prime subs is great. But like just today, we had like 2 or 3 different donations through Super Chat. The average Twitch stream, we have maybe like, well, usually we go like weeks without donations over there. But we do get some gifted subs, which makes up for it, which are discounted at like 50%. So there's things like that. But I don't know. For me, it's just overall, I like having a lot of the assets that YouTube has. And we've never like made tons of money streaming. Like I think the most we've ever made was when we had that crazy month with like hundreds of gifted subs and a bunch of donations popping off. And I think overall that whole month streaming for like 20 hours a week on average, we made like $600 all told. Which is, I mean, that's awesome. $600 is $600, but we you know, it's not like we're swimming in money over on Twitch. I think that's the broader point. Okay, this is sad. Everybody buckle up. Andres, if you're headed out, it sounds like you're headed out. Thanks for coming by, my friend. Yeah, much love, much love. Before. So after tax is like probably 420, 450, 420. Dab. Oh, there it is. Buckle up. This is sad.
Oh, fuck. Bird offers herself to express her undying gratitude to you for saving her.
Stop talking.
I was only gone an hour.
Checked her pulse?
V. She's gone.
Gotta do something with her.
Don't want any trouble. I'm calling the badges. Can you carry her to the bed?
As if that'll change anything.
So sad.
Not sure we should move her before the badges get here.
She's just another dead whore to them. Nobody'll care. Least we can do is treat her with some dignity.
You're breaking my heart. You're breaking my heart. Stepsis, thank you for the super chat. Please explain what I missed. This is one of the most underutilized characters in the game. It's very sad. But she was horribly abused.
No.
And we save her life, but she ended up committing suicide because she couldn't live with it.
Today.
It's very sad.
What part of dead don't you understand? No, she was not pronounced dead by trauma team. If she'd have had coverage, we wouldn't be talking. And fuck you. If you don't want to move your asses, why don't I come down to the precinct and trash it into bits? Now will you come and arrest me, you pussies? Fine, I don't give a fuck what you write me up for. They'll be here soon. Told me to keep her on ice until tomorrow. Can you believe the balls?
Oof.
Welcome to Night City, where your address says more about you than anything else.
We should have never come here. Put something on her. I'd rather she look like a person than a body. Could you wait outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Close the door, V. Please. Bum a cig.
Didn't know you smoked.
Quit. It's been years. But right now I need something besides air in my lungs. Please, V, just one.
Smoking is very, very bad for you,
Here.
okay? Very, very bad.
That was her smoke.
Judy, more like Moody. Jesus Christ.
She smokes some.
Can you imagine? It's like,
strange boutique
Judy,
brand.
you're really bumming
That's
me out
Eddie.
right now.
Whenever she pulled on a
You're
new face,
killing
it was
my high.
down to the details.
A lot of people know the real Evelyn, who she really was.
No. Nobody.
Don't light her hair on fire. It looked like she was just going right in.
Fuck, Evie.
I will say also, the bots for weird
I let her
dating
down.
sites are
I thought if I gave her some
crazy
space
active.
and time, she'd get back on her feet.
Crazy active on YouTube. Not really a thing on Twitch. At least I haven't had to deal with them. But like, we've had to ban like 3 different bots like that.
Can't wrap my head around it. I never saw Evelyn as the type to give up.
Come on. What she went through? I wouldn't call it giving up.
Her condition, couldn't think about anything else. Tech-wise, she was clean. Doll Shard was operational, uncorrupted. So, psychological trauma had to be that. Did some more digging in her virtues, found Woodman.
He kept her. Had his way with her. The things he did. And once he got bored, he pawned her off.
I zeroed Woodman. Didn't plan on it. Just how the chips landed. Glad I did, though.
Yeah, you can make a deal with
Me
him.
too.
Let him live.
I can't even imagine. Still, it's not enough. There's so many more like him. Gotta be something I can do about it.
Like what?
Don't know yet. Think I'll call Suze. Thanks, V. Sorry, but I'd rather be alone now. Promise to keep in touch.
Anything comes up, holler on the hollow.
Poor Miss Judy. Broken. That has 2 meanings. Oh, so sad. So sad. Let's see. Oh, Jesus Christ. Stop. There we go. There we go. Let's see. Somebody was asking if I played The Witcher 3 with mods. I have before, but I've never played them with anything close to like the flying car mod or the tram mod in this, where it really changes things significantly. I've played with like visual improvements. I've played with like make Geralt look more like what's his name from the Netflix show? Like I've done stuff. Henry Cavill. That's what it is. I've tried that type of thing, but I've never done any big alterations. If you guys have any suggestions for mods, maybe we try that. We do an I tried video where we mod The Witcher 3. That could be cool. But yeah, that's kind of what I ran into, Dev, where I was like, I don't know what I would change. Like in Cyberpunk, flying cars, huge missing part. I think that was like a clear thing that they needed to change and add. But with like The Witcher 3, I can't really think of anything that immediately is like, oh, they needed to add this. Oh, let's go to this penthouse pool. This looks baller. Ooh, there's a landing pad right there too. So there's places like this where I'm like, oh, if they had spent some more time building this out and we had full areas to explore and gardens and stuff. Like, oh, it's killer. Oh, God.
We need a somewhat delicate matter handled. We think you could help.
Why call me of all people?
Well, I can't get to my car now.
You came recommended.
Yeah, who by?
I'd rather not say. Not over the phone. Is there any way we could meet? Discuss
Well,
details?
Sure,
yeah, that's my thoughts too.
I'll send you the address. See you.
Farrell, thanks for coming out, my friend. Appreciate you. Oh, there's the big statue. I think I'm gonna try to jump for the water. We'll see if that works. Probably won't. Oh yeah, no, we're just so freaking dead. You know what? We had it coming. I just realized I had this thing in intermission mode the whole time. Cultured Gwent mods are fire. Ooh, Gwent, I could see that being really cool. Nice to see you on YouTube. I just use it more, so I'd definitely be more likely to watch here. Dalton, yeah, that's kind of what I heard from a lot of people. But we'll see. I mean, Twitch, we were able to concurrently... Oh, God, we're stuck here. Why did it quick save here? I don't understand. Oh, that also doesn't have hit detection. Okay, so we might have to load back a little further. Loading. Come on. It's a bug, not a feature. Yeah, we play with fire. We get burnt. Down on the street, 1530. I think that's it, yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. On Twitch, we were able to average like 160 to 200 concurrent. Over here, we've probably averaged like 110. But it's also our first stream on YouTube, so I totally get like there being a little delay. So, you know, I'm not that shocked by it. So I think we'll try it for the rest of the week, and we'll see kind of what our averages look like at the end of it.
A vehicle of mine went dark near your position.
Oh.
Fine. Keep an eye out.
For unknown reasons, the coordinates came through corrupted, so I'm unable to determine the precise location.
Okay. Let's see. JJ. Luke, love your critiques and respect that you basically write college level reflection essays on video games. Yeah, you're not wrong. I probably put more effort into these critiques and essays than I did to most of my college essays, so you're not wrong. Dude.
Easy.
The Delamain questline's great.
Hey, slow down.
It's like automated cars that have like social anxiety. It's just funny. The live stream didn't show up on my feed, but I got the notification. Not sure if it was an issue just for me. Oh, weird. Anybody know when they're gonna drop Mirage gameplay? It's a mystery. I spoke with Joraptor for that collab. Neither of us have heard anything, and nobody really knows why they haven't shown anything yet. Like normally there's an explanation. Normally it's, oh well, we're not showing gameplay because we're working on cross-gen stuff, so we don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. So we're taking our time. Kind of like God of War Ragnarok. Hey, we're not going to show off a ton of gameplay because we're still working on stuff. It's, you know, we're refining it. But with like Ubisoft and Mirage specifically, there's just no good explanation that we can come to, at least.
Well, there you have it.
I'm grateful, V. I've managed to re-establish contact with the vehicle.
Shock therapy works wonders sometimes.
I'm sending a tow truck and a share of your fee. Yet only one of those is going to your credit account. Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha. Oh, I love Delamain. Let's see. I'm subbed and notifications are on, but I didn't get a notification you were live. I did get those on Twitch. That might be a difference as well. That is weird, because you should be getting those. Like, I get those for other YouTubers I follow when they go live. I get notified. I wonder if it has something to do with like how we went live. Maybe, I don't know. We'll test it again Wednesday. We'll see if it happens again. So YouTube also has a function where you can basically create like a schedule, and you can schedule out streams so people can see everything scheduled out, and then when you stream at that time, it just starts that event basically. So I've thought of maybe we try that, but I don't know if there are benefits or not. I need to watch some videos from YouTube streamers and see how they do it, because I like with Twitch there's like little tricks and little things you can do to improve it, and you just got to know what those tricks are, and I just got to figure those out. I feel like the game's gonna be similar to older ACs. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be similar. I just don't know what, like, I don't know. I just can't get over how they haven't shown any gameplay. Like, I can't explain that, and there's no good answer for that. Like, there's just no good explanation. It's just weird. And I haven't heard anybody say like, oh, this is why. It's because of this. It's all just, yeah, it's really weird. They're accepting pre-orders and collector's edition sales, and they haven't even shown gameplay. Like, that's amazing. That's baffling. Oh, right, because this happened when I jumped off.
Why call me of all people?
This is that the tower that's still under construction, but it ceased construction when everything kind of collapsed, which is why Pacifica is such a fascinating part of the map.
Sure, let's do that.
I'll send you the address.
Can I sit up here? Nope. No hit detection at all. I get it. I get it. Let's see. Yeah, the song slaps. I found the live stream hard to find. I had to go to the community page on your YouTube page. That is weird. I think I gotta figure out a way to really, I think we'll announce it in a couple of upcoming videos where I'll make sure everybody knows that this second channel exists, because not everybody does know. I saw Lucas streaming only because I was watching his live clips channel. Okay, so like, but that at least tells me, like, if we have 100 people out here and like barely anybody was notified, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, once people do know that we're live and do get notified, then we could have, you know, hundreds of people out here, you know, so that could be a good thing. And part of it, like, so much of live streaming is about routine, you know, it's about people just knowing that you're going to be live at that time and hopping on to see. And eventually you get big enough that, like, pretty much whenever somebody hops on, you're probably live. You know, that's what it's like for Tim the Tap Man, Dr. Disrespect. You know, those guys, they're just live 8 hours a day through the week. So people are just used to whenever they jump on, they'll see it. I randomly found the stream while scrolling through my feed. But that's kind of good. So at least that's working. At least there's a feed to scroll. On Twitch, it's like, nope, you're screwed. Good luck. Nailed it. I love these underground tunnels. There's got to be a mod for better driving. I know there is, but I've got to install it because the driving by default is just so crappy. That's cool. We could see the ocean above us. That's awesome. I wonder, can you see the tunnel from the ocean? Like, can you see through the water? Probably not. They don't have very good water in this game. I don't see it. just want to know if you can see it. That'd be badass. Or is it like a fake sort of like projection of the sky and the water that they just play on the roof or on the ceiling, you know? I don't see anything. I kind of doubt it. Bummer. Let's see. Yeah, like this. This is beautiful. Look at this. Just look at the city. I love it. Honestly, playing Vol or Cyberpunk 2077 with mods more enjoyable at the moment than the vanilla, but that's just me. I mean, I think so. But mods can just add so much. It would have been great if there was a giant octopus underwater, like an Easter egg. That would be kind of funny. It's like, why is it there? Nobody's going to see this. Well, someday there's going to be somebody that makes a flying car mod. They'll find it. Just have a little faith. Buck a slice. They referenced that a few times in the story. Oh God. You know what? I had that coming. Blade Runner mods? What Blade Runner mods do they have? I can see them adding like the different chrome that you can see in the show. But I don't know what other mods they would add. I've also been blown away at just how much much more they focused on the BDs and show BDs used as like porn in the show. Like, we all knew that they did it. They reference it all the time, of course, with clouds and with all of the places you go to, and they talk about it, but they don't show it. In the Netflix show, they show people like with those devices on their junk that make them feel whatever they're seeing in the BD. Like, it's pretty crazy. Oh, is this a mini version of that statue? It totally is. That's funny. See, areas like this, Night City looks pretty cool. It's like they added all these little trees. They did all this. It's not a bad place to live. It's pretty cool. BD and porn is missing so much in this game. It is kind of surprising because it's CD Projekt Red. You would have guessed that they'd crank that up a notch. Tiger claws. But who knows? Maybe that was on the original drawing board and they just scratched it because they were pressed for development time. It's one of the bummers. Like, there's so much that they wanted to do in this game that they just never did because they just couldn't. Yeah, I'm literally asking for more lewd stuff in a game that's already filled with lewd stuff. You're right. I need to be happy with what we have. Not enough booba. Not enough booba. And somebody was saying earlier DLSS isn't worth it. I mean, like right now, we are running like an average close to 60 frames. And this is with ray tracing on Ultra. We have DLSS running, of course. If we didn't have DLSS running, we'd be down in like the teens. But it still looks really good. Like I'm somebody who has said many times, I don't love DLSS for shooters because like it adds a little bit of lag and latency that I just don't love when I'm playing shooters. But for like third person or narrative games, I think it's perfectly justifiable. And like, just look at this city. The city looks great. And imagine what DLSS could do if it runs like at double the potency. Like they're saying that DLSS 3.0 over 2.0 can like triple frames. That's crazy. It's insane. So some name, basically what DLSS does is it renders it at a lower resolution, which frees up computing resources for your hardware. And then it uses AI to upscale it. So the AI just takes contextual clues and previous frames and then can predict what the next frame is going to look like. And it can do that faster than your graphics card rendering a whole new frame from scratch, especially when you're talking about ray tracing, which really adds a lot of processing time to it. So it can really speed things up. And there are some downsides. So like take a look at this screen. And then if I take DLSS and I turn it, so the preset, where is it? It was at the top, yeah. The preset is auto, so it just kind of figures out what it thinks will look the best. But if I go to like ultra performance, that means it's going to render at a really low resolution and try to upscale it to 1440p, which is what my monitor is at. And when I hit apply, you're going to see some weird artifacting. So like here on a freeze frame, you might not notice it. Where you're going to start noticing it is in the fine details, like on the spoiler on the grill you see of the back of the car. And as we move forward, you see the power lines are going to start to glitch out. It all looks kind of blurry. It really doesn't look that bad, but it's definitely a lot less sharp, especially objects in the distance. So like, look at those cranes right above the hood of the car. As I drive, you'll see those really struggling to get upscaled and pop in. And then the hood of the car, basically sharp lines really suffer. Really suffer. But like this, playing this on a computer that struggles with ray tracing, or if you're on a 20 series card or something, this really adds to it. It looks really good. I'm going to keep it on auto just because I think that looks the best. Or works the best. But it's a pretty simple piece of tech, but it works really well. And the great thing about AI is as AI improves, in theory, DLSS should get better and better, which means it can just continue improving. Like there are even things where you could have per game DLSS profiles rendered and baked basically. So as you play, like the AI gets better and better at predicting what things should look like. Or you could even do machine learning across the whole swath of people playing the game. So like the developers just train DLSS for the game in particular. So it learns like, oh, this building should look like X. And so we can target that building to look like that. Or when it scans and sees power lines, it wants power lines to look a certain way so it can upscale them in that way. You know, there's little details like that that really add to it and make DLSS honestly endlessly upgradable. And it already works pretty damn well. You know, it's kind of like the purist in us doesn't like it because it's like, hey, I just want to be able to render the game at native resolutions. If I'm playing at 4K, I want it to render 4K, like the full resolution and all the pixels. But this is like a way of working smarter and not harder. Like if you don't have to render that, then why do it? Why render every pixel of the blue and white sky if we can just render that section at like 540p and then upscale it because it's so simple to upscale. It's not that big of a deal. Whereas like, what if we do contextual stuff where we can teach it to like look at trees, which are more complicated. So we're going to render each pixel of that, but then the other stuff will render at a lower resolution and upscale that. There's so much stuff you can do. This is kind of fun. They just set this up here to kind of look like a penthouse apartment. I always found this really interesting. Like this stuff, you see they just took two of these assets and then they clipped them into each other. But from low on the ground, you won't notice that. So if we go down to the highway where you would see that building from, if we go over here and try to look up, like you can see it up there. but you can't see much. Like, even if I get my sniper rifle, it just looks like, okay, it's like a penthouse apartment. So whoever owns that built like this really cool thing up there. You can't see it. It's why, like, one of the coolest things about game development is how you kind of do this magic trick of making things look way, way better and more complicated than they actually are. It's all sleight of hand, you know? It's all sleight of hand. They could do specific DLSS for major AAA titles. Yeah, exactly. Where you train it for that game. Like Red Dead DLSS is a lot different than this game. Because this game, there's a lot of industrial stuff. Cars, power lines, windows, and smoke effects, and structures. Whereas like Red Dead, you're upscaling grass and trees. And ideally, yeah, DLSS would just be able to do all of it amazingly well. But you could actually like specialize all of it. Which would make it all the better. Flying car mod? Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's what this is. Works for motorcycles too. There's a couple cars I've noticed it doesn't work for, but they're few and far between. Much love from Lithuania, mate. Oh, awesome. Thanks for coming out, Ericus. That's awesome. Let's see. It's no bother, Max. I ask what your game was. Asked the channel PC Builder. That was just a cat and bold guy. Awesome combo. But he has tons of video covering everything you need to know. But maybe the timely is if you want. Yeah, there's tons of resources. They should do LA Noire or 2077 mod. Night City kind of looks like Los Angeles to me. That could actually be cool to like put some cases in where you got to go solve them. Maybe you work with some local detectives in Night City, help them solve crimes. Like that could be fun. Is this game better with flying cars? Yeah, Tuxedo. I think my biggest problem, like let's go back down to the ground where we spend most of our time playing. Let's go down all the way. So this is where we normally would be playing. Is down on the streets. My problem with Cyberpunk 2077, one of my biggest problems, was like as you're exploring and running through the city, there's cars, you can hijack, you can do all of that, and it's great. But when we look up in the sky, we can see flying cars. We see flying vehicles. Even in the prologue, depending on which one you choose, like if you do the Corpo intro, you fly in a flying car within the first like 5 minutes of the game. You hop in and they fly you to your destination. So it is a thing. Like they have flying cars. Look at all those. They're going around. But you're not allowed to drive them because reasons. There's no explanation. It's just you can't because you can't. And that's it. You know, and it kind of sucks. So what this mod does is it makes it so that you can unify those two kind of conflicting things. As you're driving around, if you want to just quickly transition, you can, and then you can be the guy flying the flying car around. Now, whenever I mod anything, I think it's important that you set some ground rules. So for one, this can totally ruin missions because the developers didn't think you were going to be able to fly your car. So it can like ruin whole quest lines where they're not even fun. It's just like we did that Delamain one where you have to get in the car and drive it to the location without scaring it. So I just hopped in the car, flew it across the river, and we're done. And we skipped like the whole thing. So that kind of sucks. So I set the rule where it's like in missions and quest lines, I don't do it. Yeah, we don't want to fly. Or like the other thing, because travel now is so easy, I'm not allowed to fast travel. If I have this mod installed, I'm just not allowed to. So there's little rules that you can do like that. It's the same thing like I know a lot of people do this with Bethesda games where like carrying capacity drives them crazy. It's like I don't want to have to deal with going and lugging all of this stuff to random locations and dropping it off, and I've got to get my stuff to my stash and then I unload the stash and then I'm good to go. I don't want to do that, so I'll just give myself unlimited carrying capacity. That's cool. But again, you probably want to set the rule like no fast travel, so I stay like in the game world. And I think that that's probably fair. I think it's very important if you're going to install these mods to make those rules for yourself so that you don't end up accidentally breaking the game, you know? Ooh, nice. Other mods like, you know, improved driving or, you know, improved maybe improved ray tracing stuff, like, or water effects, that type of thing. I don't think you need special rules for, but you know. So did you change how Johnny looks with a mod? No, that's an official alternative appearance for Johnny Silverhand with the like punk rock haircut. That's official from CD Projekt Red. You can enable that in like the main menu settings if you want. That is official, but they do have you know, tons of mods for it. I saw there was one mod where you can, you know, replace all of the characters that you can have sex with in the game. You replace them all with Johnny Silverhand's model. So you just have sex with Johnny every single time. And when they asked Keanu Reeves what he thought about it, he was like, that's very flattering. Thank you very much. That's awesome. Yeah, I think people were like bracing for him to be like, that's honestly insulting. They didn't ask for my consent. But he was just like, that's awesome. I mean, it's flattering that they want to have sex with a digital version of me. That's great. You know? It was refreshing because so often nowadays people just get triggered if you dare to say anything like that. But he was like, that's very flattering. I hope they do it more. You know? It's great. Does this flying around not break your immersion since the game was not built around it happening? I would have thought it would, but it actually works really well because it makes sense in the setting. And I really think the only reason that it wasn't included was simply because they ran out of development time. Like, they have all these flying cars, they have all this stuff set up, and I think they would have included it if they could. No, those guys are too hard. So it doesn't actually feel that jarring. I mean, like we said, there are moments where, like this. Like, let's try to take this. Like, we can hop on the bike and we can go up to like towers and try to sit on them. Some of them it works, some of them it doesn't, because obviously they didn't think that people were going to be up here. Let's see, is this one? Yeah, so like this doesn't have hit detection. So stuff like that, yeah, that'll tear you out of it. But that's another one of those little rules that you have to kind of make for yourself where you just don't bother with that. Like, if that's going to tear you out of the game, don't allow yourself to try and sit on like those roofs if it's going to tear you out of it. Instead, you're just using it to like quickly travel around or to bypass annoying stuff. So it's just kind of a personal preference for everybody. Some people hate mods and think that you should only play vanilla ever. And I can't necessarily blame somebody if they feel that way, you know? It's just weird. Yeah, the motorcycles are definitely not the primary focus. It was definitely built for cars, and then it just happens to work on motorcycles too, because you see like they just appear out of nowhere. Whereas in cars, they actually like transition off of the wheels, which I think is cooler. But it works. I haven't tried the third person mod. Maybe I should try the third person mod. We could probably turn that into a whole video. Trying Cyberpunk 2077 in third person. I've heard it's not a great mod, but I mean, it's like one guy, so you can't really give him too much crap. So. They just released a gameplay trailer for IGI Origins. Didn't even know they were making a new game for this franchise. Oh, weird. There was also, wasn't there, somebody was saying that they, like, leaks were coming out for the Silent Hills thing? Yeah, something's been rated in Korea. Full screen. Share screen. The Game Rating and Administration Committee of Korea has rated the unannounced Silent Hill the short message. Platforms were not specified. The publisher is listed as Uniana, maybe, which regularly pushes or publishes Konami games in Korea. Konami's free-to-play soccer game eFootball 23, published by the same company, was also included in this batch. Huh. So maybe the short message. Weird. I don't know. I mean, that looks much more believable than some of the other stuff we've seen. So I'm not necessarily opposed to that. That's interesting. That's interesting. I don't know. Weird. I mean, I'm somebody, I've never been that into Silent Hills. I'm not like a fanboy. So some people I know, they're like, Silent Hills, oh my God, yes, yes, yes. That's all they want. I really don't care that much. You know, like, forgive me. But I'm not that crazy into it. But I know some people go hard for Silent Hill. So another Silent Hill leak that's getting old at this point. I just know, like, there is probably zero reason to be excited with it being a Konami game. Like, Konami, they don't exactly have a great track record, so I wouldn't be that thrilled about it. You know, I don't understand the hype at this moment. I just don't see it. It doesn't make sense to me. You know, like, it would be like if they announced, oh, Bloodborne is being developed by a small studio at EA. Bloodborne 2 from EA somehow. Like, that wouldn't make sense to be excited for that. You know, it just wouldn't make sense to me. I'd be like, well, the only reason we were excited was because it was from that team. So, like, now that it's not necessarily that team, I think, why are you excited? I just don't get it. And if, like, Metal Gear Survive, I think is what it was called, that zombie thing. If that wasn't proof positive that you shouldn't just be hyped for something because it has the right name on it, I don't know what to tell you. You know, I don't know what to tell you. Death Stranding was average at most. I agree. I don't think it deserved anywhere near the hype that it got and the sheer fanboyism that it got. I do like me some Death Stranding, though. I will play it on a rainy day. I just find it relaxing. It's almost like going on a hike when you don't have the ability to go on a hike, or like when you don't want to be sore and miserable. And I like it. But do I think that it's like they pitched it as a new genre of video game, a new phase in interactability, and I just don't get that. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Baby, ooh, Ziggy's frozen chai. You spoil me, my dude. How you doing? Did you have fun?
Got really mad in the car.
Oh, you got mad.
Yeah. Maybe it's just a weirdo.
Whatever. Survive was a terrible and embarrassing game. Yeah, spoiled.
You know what else is terrible and embarrassing?
What?
Death Stranding.
Yeah, Nikki's not a fan of Death Stranding.
Oh, dead to me.
Not a fan of Death Stranding. If you guys ever watched that critique I made, Nikki's in it a few times, because, like, we were in my old college house, and, like, if he ever sees this, I'm sorry. I had a roommate. Love him to death. He was super funny, but he would, like, my TV and speakers and everything were in the living room we had in the basement, and he would just, like, casually go in there and watch, like, all of the Twilight movies. So my Amazon Prime was filled with Twilight recommendations, and he would take it up, like, from before I was back from work all the way to, like, midnight. And so I was like, I can't even use my own TV at this point. Like,
I'm gonna tell him that he's in this.
Yeah, it was like, I love him to death, but it was, like, kind of annoying. So I was like, you know what, for other reasons, and there were a bunch of things that stacked up, I was like, I'm just going to move my TV back in. We also got a new roommate who was, like, very aggressive with our stuff that we shared, like, did not understand you had to be like, it's an OLED TV. You can't leave it on. Like, he would leave that on and just like get up and go take a shower and then come back a couple of hours later. I was like, you're going to ruin the TV.
The one whose girlfriend started fires.
Yeah, we did have a roommate. That's a whole other story. We could tell that. We did have a roommate that stayed right as COVID hit. She was visiting her boyfriend who lived with us, and she was visiting from China, and she had the worst food hygiene I've ever seen in my life. She would start regular fires on the stove, pots of oil, like oil she used to cook fish in. She would leave that on the counter. One time she got a huge fish that was like 2 feet long and fat, and she would just keep that she would just keep the fish raw on the counter for like 12 hours, unrefrigerated, just leave it there. It was unreal. I was like, how have you not died of salmonella yet? That's a whole other thing. But basically, I moved the TV down into my bedroom. So I had my TV and then my big, not big, like a queen bed in there, and it barely fit in the room. And Nikki and I, during quarantine, we would sit down there and we would
play Warzone.
Play Warzone. I was working on that Death Stranding critique in 2019, so I was playing a ton of that, and Nikki hated it because she was like, "Oh, I'm so sick of it." It was awful. Yeah, that fish smelled terrible. You have no idea. You have no idea. And she would do this thing where she would have a bowl filled with old fish oil. Not even fish oil, like oil that she cooked fish in. And then she'd pour the pot of oil into the bowl, and then she'd put a plate on top. And then the next day, she'd cook a different kind of fish, and then she'd pour that oil into another bowl, put it on top of the plate that was stacked on top of a bowl, and then put another plate on it.
She made fish oil towers.
And so she would have a tower that was like 2 feet tall of bowls of fish oil and juice, and the whole kitchen reeked. It was horrible. And we're also, I'll go into this story another time. We're also pretty sure that she committed insurance fraud and faked a break-in and stole one of our roommates' Nintendo Switch.
You can't tell me I'm here for the tea anymore. You're dramatic.
I'm just saying there's a lot of good reason to think that. We had like a roommate from hell. So it's starting to remind me of me. Yeah. Yeah, I was just like, I don't know how she doesn't notice that, like, we all keep accidentally putting the fish oil bowls in the sink to clean it, and she doesn't pick up on it. We would tell her, like, her English would get really bad whenever she was confronted about that kind of thing, and it was quite convenient for her. And we would try to tell her boyfriend, and he just would not acknowledge it. He's like, yeah, I'll talk with her about it. Yeah, I'll do that. Next day, she has like a 3-pound halibut sitting on the kitchen island, like at room temperature in this like early fall, late summer, reeking everything up. I love you.
You gonna take a nap?
You gonna take a nap?
We're gonna go take a nap.
He's like, I don't really understand what you're saying, but I'm in. Yeah. He's a good fella.
What platform are you using?
We're streaming on YouTube right now. Yeah, we're trying YouTube.
Oh yeah. Hop into the chat and be like, wow, the only time I get to spend with my babe.
With my husband when he's live. No, we're trying YouTube today. Much love.
You installed a bar?
She's just now seeing the Vera polls. We have Vera polls.
When did you do this?
Like months ago. Months ago.
Picture of us backwards.
It's not backwards.
It is backwards.
Oh, I guess the cable knocked it.
You don't want to look at us?
Face it at the wall. I love you. Have a good nappy, Lachlan.
Dada, you say, we're going to go turn all the other pictures backwards, Dad.
I love you. Have a good nappy. We're going to hang out this afternoon. Yeah. I love you. Have a good nappy. Have a good nappy. Love you. Yeah, he's tired. He's going to pass out. Ooh. Ooh. If you guys don't have Ziggy's, Ziggy's is very good. Oh, yeah, it was just like, I've heard stories of like like food hygiene in other countries and like food standards for cleaning and things. But like for her, it was on another level. And it was honestly, it was kind of tough because of course, like COVID broke out right around that time. It's why she didn't go back to China. It was because COVID broke out and they weren't accepting anybody flying back, you know? So she was stuck with us for the rest of the school year. And so like, of course, all this news was coming out about the Chinese meat markets, and that's possibly where COVID started, from like a bat soup that was made in one of those meat markets. And I was like, I don't know. I mean, how on earth does something like that happen? At the same time, like after I read that article, I go upstairs to our kitchen in North Colorado. And I see her with like a fish that she's kept on the counter for 12 to 18 hours all day. She like cut off a sliver of it to make for breakfast, and then she just left it on the counter. Like all day. All day. And then she comes back home and she like makes a ton of oil. She fries it up, and then she like just leaves the oil and stuff on the counter in a bowl to like reuse later. You know, it was a kind of a culture shock a little bit. Because I was like, I don't want to come in here and be like, oh no, you're gonna start cleaning our way. But it was like, this is not safe. It's just not safe at all. And like Nikki said, she would start fires because she cooked with so much oil and flour, and so everything was fried. So she would have oil flying everywhere. And then one time she started an oil fire on the stove, and she started trying to like pour water in it. And if you don't know, you don't put water on an oil fire. You had to put like sugar on it to like caramelize it and shut it down. And she would just like, she started fires on the stove and would just let them burn because she was like, I can't get it to go out, so I'm just going to let it burn off. It's like one time I wasn't there to see it, but one of our other roommates, he came home and he walks in the door and there's a fire raging on the stove. Not even like a flambe, like a fire in a pot. And he walked in and he looked at it. And, you know, Winra's there and is just like cooking and doing her thing. So he just assumed that she had it under control, and he was like, okay. He just went into his bedroom. He was like, I'm going to bed. I'm not dealing with this. I'm good. I'm done. And I just, oh man, I couldn't handle it. It was the actual roommate from hell. You know, I had great luck with roommates all through college. I didn't have any issues. And then, dear God, right as COVID hit, it was unreal. Like I've never had anything like that before, but it was so bad and so drastic. I felt like, yeah, exactly. It was like out of a sitcom. It really felt like that. It was that absurd. It's not that much if they didn't stab you. That's not hell. Well, like I said, so we'll probably, I don't know if we'll ever turn this into a stream clip, but there was a time in the winter, like COVID, I don't think had started, or maybe it was like late January, early February of 2020. So like we had heard about COVID, but it wasn't really a thing. And she was there. And she would sleep in the room with her boyfriend, and we lived in like a college house. So we would lock the doors at night because we lived in a college neighborhood. I had sunglasses and stuff stolen out of my car. So I was like, you know what? We're going to lock the doors and be secure about this. So we always locked the door at night. We made a point of it. And one morning, you know, we came up and things were a little disheveled and like, it was a little weird, but whatever. I just went to work. I think I was working at the bank at the time. And I get a text from my buddy Corey, who we've played games with occasionally, who also lived there. And Corey was like, hey, have you seen like my Switch? I was like, what? No, I haven't seen your Switch. I'm at work. He's like, have you seen my Switch? It's not like in the dock, and the dock is like ripped off the table that it was at. So it's like somebody grabbed it and like jerked it off, and so all the cables were hanging out. Or like if somebody grabbed the the Oculus headset. They just grab it and like pull it so all the cables fall off and the stand falls off. And he's like, yeah, it's just hanging off the shelf in my room. And I also can't find my winter coat that was on like the chair at the dining room table. I was like, I have no idea what that would be. It's like, yeah, it's strange. Anyway, I'll keep looking. Maybe I was drunk and I said it somewhere. I was like, yeah, that is really weird. And then I get home and Corey's like, yeah, so Winra says that her laptop is missing now too. Her laptop was on the table right as you walk in the front door. And she said that she got up to like go to the bathroom at 1 a.m. and she found that the front door was like cracked open and hadn't been locked. It was like still open. And we're like, what on earth? Like, I locked the door before we went to bed. Like, I locked the door because like I said, I had hundreds of dollars worth of sunglasses stolen out of my car. I wasn't about to leave the front door unlocked. So I made a point every night. We'd go up, lock the door. So I was like, so like, Winra's the last person that was out there. That's weird. And so she then goes and has the police show up like an hour or two later, and they filed a report of like a burglary and a break-in. She's like, yeah, my laptop's missing. It's like a $2,000 laptop. We're like, weird. Well, like, it was like gifted sunglasses, like Ray-Bans. It's like Nikki had got me these really nice Ray-Bans when we went to Hawaii as a Christmas present. And those were probably like $150 glasses. And then I had a pair of like, Wayfarers that I had used for like a couple of years that were like $150. So like they were probably like $300 to $500 worth of sunglasses stolen out of my car. But whatever. They also tried to steal my radio, but they couldn't get it out, so they just left. But we were like, something is weird here. So, but you know, whatever. Somebody broke in, they stole a jacket, a laptop, and a Nintendo Switch. Whatever. That's strange, but who cares? Corey wasn't that upset about it because he had pre-ordered a special edition Animal Crossing Switch, which came out like a month later or 2 months later. So he was like, it's not the big of a deal. I was gonna get a new Switch anyways. It's just typical Corey. He's just like, it's whatever, it's fine. Who cares? But one time, like a day or two later, I was talking with Winra and everybody in the kitchen, and we were like, yeah, that's so scary that somebody just like broke in. And Winra, it sucks that you lost your laptop. Like, that's thousands of dollars just gone. And she's like, oh no, it's fine. We have renter's insurance to protect against burglary and theft and everything. I was like, but you're not a tenant. Like, you're not a tenant though. So what do you mean? Like, you've been here a month. And she said, oh no, Ong and I set up everything like a few weeks ago. And I'm on the policy too. So if any of our stuff is stolen, we can get reimbursed. Okay. What luck? What do I know? Who cares? A week goes by. I go upstairs. Early in the morning. I woke up earlier than I normally would. Normally I would get up at like 7:30, 8 to be at work by a 9 a.m. opening. This particular day, I had to like go to the bank to deposit a check so I'd have money to pay rent by the next day, and I could only do it, you know, at that time because I worked at a bank that I didn't have an account with. So I woke up like at I think 5, and I was headed out the door by 6 when I normally would be out the door at like 8:30. And who do I see in the living room with the same laptop that was allegedly stolen? Miss Roommate from Hell. Sitting there, like crisscross applesauce, you know, just chilling on the laptop. She sees me. hi. Oh, you're up early. Like, tried to dismiss it. Like, yeah, I just got the new laptop. I just got it just now. She had stickers on the thing. What are the odds she gets the exact same stickers on the back of the laptop in the same spot as they were before? What are the odds of that? Not very good. Not very high. I think what happened is that she decided she wanted some like extra money. So she decided that she was going to basically fake a burglary, and to make it look believable, she said that she saw and found the door unlocked and open, which never happened. And then she went, after setting herself up on this insurance policy so that she could claim the laptop was stolen and then get the check for it. She then went and tried to make it extra believable by taking a winter coat that was on the back of the table where her laptop was allegedly sitting, and then going into Corey's room. Corey wasn't there that night. He was staying with probably with like his girlfriend or something. He just wasn't there that one night. So she went into his room and took a switch, and then filed all like the police claim, all of this stuff, to get the insurance policy and the payout. And from then on, after I left work that early morning and I saw that laptop, she stayed in that bedroom with the door closed almost 24/7, except for when she was starting fires in the kitchen. Like, we barely ever saw her after that, because I think she knew, like, they probably know what I did. And so she just stayed, minded her own business. She probably had the Switch in there and was playing it and having a great time. Did like a factory reset or something. I don't know. Maybe destroyed it to make it look more believable. Like, it was insane. Like an actual roommate from hell. So that's my story. I don't know where she ended up or anything. They were pretty. It was so weird because he was the best roommate ever. He stayed in his room. You never saw him. You never heard him. He just studied and then he went to bed. Like, you never saw him. Perfect roommate. The only issues we ever had was one time he wanted to leave. His car was parked up on the driveway. We had a driveway and then like a dirt, like rocky patch. So you could park 2 cars deep. So 4 cars total on there. But he was parked up on the driveway and he needed to leave. But he didn't want, like, he was too shy to ask us to move the car that was behind him, parking him in. So this guy did like a 50-point turn to angle himself and then drove through the front yard onto the street, leaving like the tire marks and everything in the grass. Like that was the one time where I was like, what? Why? Like, you could have just, I think we were cooking, like we were trying to make macarons on the kitchen counter. Like we were trying to make macarons for the first time, just having fun. So it was like me and the other roommates were there, but he needed to leave. And instead of just being like, hey guys, one of you is parking me in, can you just move the cart? He like spent 20 minutes angling out carefully and then drove through the front yard to get out. Like, you can't make this stuff up. But he was a great roommate, and I guess opposites attract, because his girlfriend was the world's worst roommate ever. It was awful. It was awful. So that's my story of a bad roommate. That's my tale. Let's see. Yeah, that's my story. Oh God. Anyway, this is why I live alone. Dude, it was like, I got so lucky my whole college career. I had great roommates. We got along. We're still best friends. We were like best men in each other's weddings. Like, we are super close. We play games every Thursday night. We are super, super close. And that was like everybody in that original house. We lived on a street called Edgewood, so we call ourselves the Edgewood Boys. And Everybody in that house, we were super close, and we're still close to this day. We're just good friends. Anybody else that ever came in after that was like, they never could crack the walnut and get in there. And so they always were outsiders compared to the original Edgewood Boys crew. And then every once in a while, there would just be horrible, horrible people. It's insane. Yeah, dorms. The kind of evil thing, is that a lot of dorms and a lot of colleges make it required living. So I went to a community college the first 2 years. So I skipped past this. But if you went to the school I graduated from, Colorado State University, and you wanted to start as a freshman, you would have to live in college provided housing in the dorms. There was no choice. You had to, as a freshman, live in the dorms. It's insane. And it's extra expensive too. It's ridiculous. And they suck, and they're horrible, and they're dirty and disgusting. You have to stay there though. You don't have a choice. You can't go to the college unless you stay there as a freshman. You're not allowed to live off campus. It's just ridiculous. And I don't know why. I think Dying Inside, they pitch it as oh, we just want people to feel close with their classmates, so we're gonna make them live together. And it's just miserable. All it is a way of milking extra money out of freshmen, because the odds are much higher that you will drop out after your freshman year than after your junior year, senior year. So they try to milk you dry at the beginning. There's a reason they don't say, oh yeah, you have to live in the dorms your senior year. They say your freshman year, because you're more likely to drop out after that. It's just scummy. But I skipped past that because I did community college. So I did the first 2 years at a community college, and then I just transferred over, and then I was fine. And that's definitely, for everybody in the US listening, that is the way to go. Don't let anybody tell you no, you need the college experience. You need to go live in the dorms. That's bullshit. I don't usually use expletives. That's bullshit. They're just trying to milk you dry and get you to waste more money. Go to community college, work your ass off, and then go transfer. You'll be so much happier after you're done. And trust me, you're not missing out on much with the freshman, sophomore years. You're just not. Yeah, college is to freaking learn, not to party. That's the problem, Max, is a lot of people act like it is just to party. That's it. Yusef, love your videos, dude. Awesome. Thank you, my friend. I'm glad you're here. That's awesome. It's just, yeah, people in the US have this weird, it really has transitioned from being that college is higher education and it's where you go to expand your mind. And now college is just what you do after high school. It's the new high school. It's just the next wave of high school. It's insane. Dev, what course did you do in college? I have a degree. It's actually this thing right here. You can see it. That's my college diploma. And my degree is in business administration. Technically, though, that's the parent degree. The degree itself is in corporate finance. So I studied specifically, financial markets, how you manage a multi-billion-dollar corporation, multi-million-dollar company, how you juggle all of that. So it was really good. My last semester, I had some extremely difficult classes, but I loved it. It was an actual challenging thing. I felt like I went through all of college and never really felt challenged until that last year. But then I was like, holy shit, I might not graduate. This is way harder than I expected, way harder. But that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. That's how it goes. Luke chose the corpo background. Well, it's one of those things where I was like, I could go into marketing. I've told the story before. My marketing professor, he didn't know how to spell patent. He didn't know how to spell copyright. This guy, it was baffling. He was a college professor. And one thing I was told by one of my finance professors, which I could never unhear, he was like, yeah, And don't be offended if you have a marketing degree, okay? Don't be offended at when I say this. This is something a finance guy told a group of finance students, so you should expect that there would be some trash talking. But he said marketing is the degree people get when they're not smart enough to stay in a finance degree. He's like, I can't even tell you how many people start in finance and move to marketing by the end of their college career, because it gets real tough real quick. And after I heard that, I almost took it as like a personal challenge where I was like, I kind of like marketing, but I'm not going to let that guy like say that I'm one of the stupid ones. So I'll just get over it. I'll figure it out. And I did. But it was funny because like, yeah, as a guy in marketing, that's funny. It was funny. Like I have a buddy, actually my like brother-in-law, he has a degree in entrepreneurial studies. And he told me word for word, he said, I was going to get a degree in finance, but it was way too hard. So I went to the entrepreneurship program because it was so much easier. And I was like, I can't argue with that. You know, like I don't have anything to say to that. Like, yeah, if that's your mindset and you're just trying to get through on the easiest thing you can, go for it, I guess. You know, he didn't have to pay for his college, which made it a lot easier for him to justify that, I'm sure. But for me, I was like, I'm just going to deal with it. How easy are those courses? So to put it in perspective, I took a couple of entrepreneurship classes through my time in college because it's a business program. You got to do some stuff like that. And I kid you not, entrepreneurship classes, pretty much all about teamwork, ideation, coming up with fresh ideas, and like problem solving. So basically Shark Tank, like you try to identify a problem, fix it, and work with your team to make it happen. One of our pop quizzes, and I'm not joking, was that we walked into class and on our tables in front of us were piles of spaghetti noodles and marshmallows. And I think masking tape was the other thing. So our professor told us, your challenge for the class today, and you will be graded on this, is to see who can build a tower as a team that lifts this marshmallow the highest. So whoever gets the marshmallow the highest in a freestanding tower wins. Like, we literally played a game that like kindergartners do at preschool. And that was something we did in our entrepreneurship class. So yeah, way easier than like walking in and having your professor be like, okay, class, sit down. What the hell is going on with mortgage-backed securities right now? What the hell is going on with them? Somebody explain it to me. You know, yeah, that's way easier. You're also not learning anything. Because like right now, like just today, like I said, I've made hundreds of dollars today on my investment portfolio based on all of the shorts I had placed. And I didn't learn that in my entrepreneurship class. I learned that in my finance courses. And it has a quantifiable difference in my daily life. I can benefit from that. But like with like an entrepreneurship degree, yeah, it can help you with like problem solving, but I'm not sure a lot of people will find that as quantifiably useful, you know? What college did you go to, Luke? Colorado State University. Colorado State University. It wasn't my ultimate desired one, but because I've had to pay my way and I haven't had anybody pay for my college, I've paid everything myself since I left the house at 18. I had to pick which one made the most sense financially for me, which one I could see myself repaying. I would have loved to go to like CU Boulder. You know, that would have been cool. But CU Boulder was about 3 times as expensive. So didn't really make a lot of sense. Why do Americans leave at 18? They don't have to. Most people I know hang out at like home for years and years after, and like they don't have to leave. But I mean, I think a lot of people decide that they just are ready to start their life around 18. And especially if you're going to college, it's usually like you go off, you spend your freshman year in the dorms or do whatever you got to do, and then you like, you know, you come back home for the summer and you're like, yeah, it feels weird. I kind of miss being on my own. And so it's just kind of a natural progression. You can start a finance channel, Finance Tips by Luke Stevens. Yeah, I don't know what the rules are with finance tips and like with starting that stuff. I don't know what the requirements are. Like I can tell you what I'm doing financially. I don't think I can suggest what you're doing unless I have like my whole thing figured out and my certified financial advisor stuff done, you know. I don't know. Am I the only one still or streaming beta still? How am I still on what? So confused. Oh, weird. Bro, if Luke made a finance channel, I would sub immediately. Yeah, so maybe that would be a fun thing to do. Because I love talking about it. It's a good time. I started working at 21, stayed home until 25 to save up, then bought a house. See, that's not a bad way to do it. It's not a bad way to do it. Honestly, that would make a lot more sense. Let's see. Agreed, Dev. But I mean, it's a waste of money. Usually as it costs a ton, $600, $1,400 per month extra by leaving. You're not wrong. Compounding interest at 18 is insane. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That's why everybody that's out there, I know it might be really tough, but if you can manage to set aside like $100 a month, $500 a month, whatever your capacity is, you have to start setting that money aside. You can open up an IRA account, which for some people, self-control is a hard thing. They like set money aside in an account, but then they want to mess with it and they touch it and go in and grab it. Don't do that. Set up an IRA through like Fidelity or some other big platform, but like Fidelity, you can do it for free. And you can contribute to your IRA and you're not allowed to take money out of it. It forces you to save. You set up an automatic withdrawal like an hour after you get your paycheck direct deposited. So it automatically takes the money out and you never see it. Set it up like that. Also talk to your employer. A lot of employers have like 401k and IRA matching. So if you put $100 in, they'll put $100 in. So talk to them about that. They might have a program. Double that, you know. And you've got to throw the money in there and forget about it. And it will compound. If it compounds at 6% per year and you're putting in, you know, let's say eventually you work up to the point where you can make like 10K and set that aside every year, you will have over like $1.5 million by the time you are ready to retire. You will. Like it's not magical math. It's not a question like crypto. Yeah, throw money into crypto. Crypto is not investing. Drives me crazy when people say buying crypto is not an investment. It is speculation. It is speculation. Because crypto, you're just saying, I want to own this thing because I think that this thing is going to be worth more in the future, and I don't really have any reason to think that other than I think that other people will think it too. If that doesn't make sense, that's because it doesn't make sense. Okay, it's speculation. There's nothing more to it. It's the same thing as like futures on Wall Street. Like it's the same basic thing. But stocks, there are intelligent investments to be made. Like if you've never read a 10K report and you're buying shares of stocks, stop. Like go and like buy a couple of books, just a couple books that will take you a couple weeks to read. Do that. Read those books, and then you'll have an understanding of what a smart investment is versus speculation. And that's what you got to do. Like you need to be able to explain why you bought the stock instead of, I like the stonk, you know? Yeah, you can, don't buy 10Ks to be clear. 10Ks you get for free. They're legally required to publish those, but books or online resources you can get for free. There are some phenomenal books out there that you can read, collections of essays by like Warren Buffett you can check out. There's stuff out there. Just like go find it and try to educate yourself. Jake, 95% of people are better off investing in the S&P 500. Yeah, Yeah, no, and I think that you're right. The S&P 500 for most people has been a very safe bet as long as you don't touch it. For the love of God, put the money in the S&P and forget about it. When people try to play the market, they try to sell it, oh, reposition out of this and into that. Unless you know what you're doing, you will lose money. Like, do you really? I told this to one of the guys I won't say his name. There's something I know. He thought that he had figured out this whole system of like shorting and selling puts and calls, and that he was going to do all this stuff with GameStop. And I was like, do you really think that you will outsmart the billion-dollar hedge fund managers who have 3 PhDs in this stuff? Do you really think that you've cracked the code that they haven't figured out with supercomputers and their teams of analysts? Like, no. They will eventually win. As the longer you stay in, the more likely it is that they get you. You know, you're not freaking Einstein over here. You're not Rain Man. You're just a person, and that's okay. But you need to be humble enough to acknowledge that you don't know everything and that there are people who know a lot more than you. And as long as you know that, you can do well. Like, let the hedge fund managers control the daily market fluctuations. You get in there, you invest like intelligently, buy stuff that you have good reason to believe will go up in the long run. And when you're ready to retire at 45, 55, 65, whatever, you will have a solid chunk of change. And then you can take that money out of the stock market and you can go and you can throw it into real estate. If you want to buy apartment buildings, you can do that. If you want to go and buy art and fine wine and things, you can do that. But you got to change the mindset. And the big thing with all of this, like everybody, is just, if it seems too good to be true, it is. You know, everybody was hyping up NFTs because they thought they were going to get rich on the next wave of Web3. You know, oh, we figured it out. You know, we figured out crypto and, you know, Bitcoin. We missed Bitcoin the first time around, but we've got the next one. It's going to be NFTs and these weird monkey pictures. No. And now you see, like, there were a few whales that made tons of money. And now they're gone. And everybody else who threw money into NFTs, like, it's over. Let me see if I can find this one picture to wrap up, because I showed this on stream one time. And dear God, it was so heartbreaking. Where is it? It was a screenshot I took. You guys who are in here will remember this. Yeah, here. This is why I tell people don't go to Wall Street bets. No shade, Rip Kid. But this is why, like, Wall Street bets can be very unhelpful for young people, especially who are trying to get into investing, because it's all speculation based. There's very, very little useful information on Wall Street bets. They got lucky one time with a short squeeze that a couple of people thought up. Now, none of those big, like, hedge funds are doing the same thing. Like, you think they're going to do the same thing after this? No, nobody's doing it. And look what this guy did, trying to do the same thing that Wall Street Bets was telling him to do. Robinhood account, okay, investing 31.25, okay, whatever. All-time returns down 99.89%. Parents don't know what this is, what I did with my college funds. Or parents don't know that this is what I do with my college funds. I can't read. If that doesn't just hurt your soul, I don't know what will. But like this kid, he must have been given checks by his parents to go and pay his college tuition. He's like, I'm going to invest it. I've figured it out. I've read Wall Street Bets. I'm going to buy some Ethereum, and I'm going to buy some Bitcoin, and then I'm going to go and buy some Dogecoin, and I'll also buy some GameStop because that's definitely going to stay up to the moon, right? And now he's down 99.89%. He might as well have just eaten the money, gotten it withdrawn in cash, turned it into a nice salad. At least then he would have gotten something for it. Like something. it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. But this is what happens when people don't know what they're doing, but get hyped up on their own shit and think that they've figured it out when they haven't. This is why you got to be smart. Like, and it's okay to say that you don't know. That's the other thing. This guy thought that he had it figured out. Didn't. He didn't. Admit when you don't know. Like, do I know all of the intricacies of dual momentum investing? Do I know all of the intricacies with like long-term shorts and straddle option strategies? Well, no. And that's why I don't use them. Like, it's not that tricky. When you don't understand it and you acknowledge that you don't understand it, don't pretend like you do. Otherwise, you'll lose lots of money. Like, it's not that complicated, but it's just heartbreaking because this kid, like, probably ruined his relationship with his parents forever over this. Like, I don't know many parents who would just be willing to blindly, 30 grand, you just lost it. We thought you were going to college and you just lost the money. Like, your dad's pension just gone. Okay. Yeah, no, real smart kid we raised. Like, it hurts my soul. But learn from his mistakes. They don't make the same thing. All of that said, guys, this has been a good time. This has been a good time. For first stream on YouTube, I think it's gone pretty well. I have a couple of tweaks that I need to make, like super chats weren't notified. They notified, I think, once. They didn't notify every time. That's really weird. Other little things that we've noticed, I'll have to tweak and change. Notifications not going off, stuff like that, but we'll try it. But we'll be back Wednesday. We'll keep rocking and rolling. We might be good with Cyberpunk for the time being. We might try something else, but we will cross that bridge when we come to it. We'll see how we feel on Wednesday. Everybody who came out, appreciate you guys. Dev, Snuggums, thanks for being so active in chat. Really appreciate you doing that. Kunal dying inside, Viking Otter, Nathan, Jamar, Louvre, good to see you. Max, Jake, yeah, all of you. Mac, yeah, I said Mac, didn't I? I think I did. All of you guys are great. Grace G, man, sorry we took away from the glory of flying as everyone, but Chad Finance and the Wholesome Family. Yeah, no, it's good. I like it. I actually struggle. I have to force myself not to like talk about finance stuff all the time on stream because I get really into it and I like it. I find it interesting. But everybody, much love. Go check out the new video on the main channel. It just went up earlier today featuring Jor Raptor. It's a good time. And make sure to subscribe and ring the bell so you get notified of the next stream when it comes on Wednesday. Hugs and kisses, everybody. I will see you then. Stay safe out there.